Hello everyone, and welcome for another day of sessions at the We Are Millions Hackathon event. My name is Robert from the Swarm team, and today we'll dive deeper into 13 exciting projects who will demonstrate what they're building and how they apply their version of the Fair Data Society principles in their projects. Today, there will be another opportunity for all the participants to upgrade their NFTs, their avatar NFTs of the event. You can do so from now on. If you have any questions for the presenters today, you can file them via Discord and we'll forward them live. Each presentation will be preceded by a video of the project itself by the founders, and we'll do a Q&A live afterwards, after each session. So what we're starting off with is Videowiki. We are currently actually in a Videowiki environment, as you may have noticed. This is the first time we're using this application, and for that we'll be talking with Shivam Dhawan, one of the team members of Videowiki. But first, we'll jump in a video they prepared about the project.
Welcome to Videowiki. We are the platform where you can create and share educational content in video format. Videowiki identified the problem of the educational model. The way students are taught in school has not been updated to this century, and it doesn't satisfy today's needs. The pandemic forced us to move to the digital, although this was already a tendency, but the solution cannot be to recreate traditional school just in a different place. Digital education came to stay, and we need to adapt. With Videowiki, let's move to the online and get immersive. What do we bring to the table? In our platform, you can find a place to create content in the format of video without any prior knowledge. There are several options on how you can create this content, we'll show them ahead, but the creator can always choose to monetize the videos and to collaborate with other creators by forking their content. What are the tools that we offer? First, you can have your online meetings and classes on Videowiki in a room that can be personalized and that has several options to make the engaging more dynamic. These sessions can work as an open event or a private meeting, that's up to the creator. Then everything that happens in these sessions can be recorded to be post-produced later, all within Videowiki. On the studio, you can both edit the recordings or create fresh content from scratch. By providing your document or script with the information you want to turn into a video, our algorithm does the work for you. The steps are pretty simple. Log in Videowiki, create integrated content, share it with the community and get rewards. Our mission is to create a culture of knowledge sharing that is available to everyone and that allows people to collaborate on content creation. We have plans to satisfy different needs. Either if you are a single person who wants to use Videowiki, or if you're part of a big company, we'll find the right plan for you. Now let's go and see the tool in action. Welcome to Cast, the place to create and schedule your event. Start by giving a name to your event and decide whether you want to give a password to join. Then move to the description of the event so people know what is it about. You can either start it as soon as you decide your configurations or schedule it to later. If you schedule it, here is where you choose the day and time to begin. Then move to the advanced options where you can write a welcome message for everyone and for moderators only, and the guest policy. If you always accept people in the room, always deny, or as a moderator, decide for each case. Finally, choose how long you want the session to last, the logout link for when people leave, and the meeting type, if it's public or private. The second step is where you can personalize your room. Decide on the cover of the event, the background color of the room, and the brand logo that people will see during the session. Thirdly, you can stream your event on both Videowiki and YouTube. If you want to have a live session on YouTube, provide the RTMP URL and a secret key from the platform. Step number 4 is where you can make decisions regarding permissions. You can allow for the session to be recorded, you can mute everyone on start, you can end the room when every moderator leaves, you can allow moderators to unmute users, you can only allow the webcam for moderators, you can decide to start recording automatically, you can disable camera and microphone for the people who join, and finally, you can lock the layout, not allowing people to change the way the room looks like. Lastly, it's time to invite your peers. Write their name, choose if you want them to join as moderators, attendees, or only viewers, and provide their email, so that they can receive the invitation on their mailbox. Don't worry, even if you schedule an event for a month from now, your user list will receive a reminder on the day of the event. Then, on My Guests, you can manage all the sessions you create. Welcome to Videowiki. Here you can easily create videos without the need for any prior knowledge in video editing tools. You just have 3 options to make your video. Just copy and paste the text with the information you want to turn into a video, upload the document with a script, or just provide the link to the website or blog that contains the information you want to show. Then you just have to choose a title and you're ready to continue. Just click on Create Scenes. In the next section, the library, a simple AI algorithm automatically divides the information and creates scene recommendations for each block of text based on keywords. In the course section, you can add subtitles for each scene and edit them as you prefer, changing the colors and the position. In the next section, you can search for sounds that you want to add to the video, from classic music to rock or hip-hop. In addition to music, it is also possible to record your own voice directly, explaining a theme or developing a topic. And that's it, your video is ready. You can preview, publish and download it. It is also possible to make it private by giving it paid access. Finally, you can watch the videos of other creators. Welcome to the Videowiki classroom. To begin, click on Start My Class and create a classroom for students. You can add a presentation that will be in the classroom as soon as you join. You can create as many rooms as you like with different configurations, and for each room you'll have your recording saved. To invite someone to enter your room, just provide the invitation link on the room page. Here you can see the presentation and the people on the call. You have access to the public chat and the user list, which you can download at any moment. You also have the option of using shared notes, where you can add and edit content together with students. These notes can later be exported in different formats. Then it is possible to place students in breakout rooms. The teacher can choose the number of rooms and the duration of each one, drag and drop students to the desired room, and even allow them to choose the room they want to enter. You can start and stop recording the lesson as many times as you want. In the end, there will only be a single recording of that session. Now let's look at the presentation area. Here you can upload the presentation you want to show to students. You can also allow them to export it. Then you can edit this presentation, draw over it, and as a teacher, you can also give students permission to draw. It's also possible to start a survey among students. In your presentation, if you have a slide with a question in ABCD format, for example, you can ask students what the result is. Choose this format and the students can choose the answer. Then it's possible to view and publish the results. For sharing a video, you can copy an external link from a streaming platform and paste it in here. If you post the video, all students will see the same as you. You can also share your screen with all the students and allow them to do the same by making them presenters. When you're finished, you can leave or log out the meeting, which causes all students to leave the room as well.
We're back. Yes. Thank you for this video to demonstrate Videowiki. Hi, Shivam. Welcome back. Shivam, please, could you introduce yourself and the project a bit?
Yeah, sure. So the project was introduced with the video. We have been working over this for last 1 year. As soon as the pandemic started, this was all conceptualized within a hackathon, incidentally. And this project won in an educational segment. So we thought of continuing, working on this, and we have now developed all the solutions that you saw just in the video.
Yes, and I must acknowledge, first of all, what you mentioned in the video about Zoom fatigue. I just want to say, for all the viewers, thank you for taking the time to watch this on the screen, to be with us today. And it's something really recognizable that you have to make the experience as well as easy and as friendly as possible to spend these times, of course, behind the screen. I was wondering, there has been some questions already coming in as well. This idea, this started at a hackathon, so focused on educational purposes, you say. Where did the inspiration come from? How did you start off with it?
Well, it was more towards learning continuity in the start because, the disruption was very big. 1.5 billion students worldwide were basically cut off from universities. So we started it there, and then we understood that collaboration is the thing that is, mainly the problem. Like, people are getting into teleconferencing, but that's not the most suitable format of education and knowledge sharing. So what we did was two things. One was the structured, AI assisted knowledge creation, which could easily create content without knowing how to create videos. And the second was more about collaborations, where you can, share notes, you can work in together, you can come and, have polls, have presentations and such stuff, and which is applicable to all the creators, even in the blockchain space with, like anything.
That was actually one of the questions coming in. Will Videowiki accept any crypto ecosystems is the question. So
yeah, we are part of certain ecosystems, and the most important thing is because of the smart, and intelligent people in that ecosystem working on cutting edge technologies, it also keeps us at the edge. So we are implementing or experimenting with what would be the blockchain-based solutions that can help this project scale, say in on a global platform or a global scale, and also the infrastructure-wise, like how can we be, how can we run it as nodes? Because what we are seeing right now with the war and previously with COVID is the control of data and the control of even the internet. So we are thinking about how we can put decentralization at the core of the whole project.
Have you looked into what for instance, parties like Swarm could offer in the form of content distribution for that?
Pardon? Content?
Have you looked into what parties like Swarm could offer for your storage?
Yeah, we are currently exploring BuzzLink. Like how can we store the content generated or the recordings that are generated in a private and a decentralized manner. And we are also exploring the identities, like the decentralized identities. So how to make Videowiki a Web3 platform, but also have the adoption of Web 1 and Web 2. So in short, like we are working on some use cases with Fair Data Society principles, where we will be Web3, but not only Web3. It will involve all three streams.
You want to include the best practices from
Yeah.
for the whole stack.
Yeah, Web3 basically not everybody has wallets, right? And Web1, Web2, it has a huge adoption. So we don't want to put it into a niche or okay, this is a platform only for Web3, but we want it to be Web3 enabled.
And what is your biggest goal for the end of this year, and perhaps even beyond that?
Well, for this year, we are primarily experimental. Like this session that we are having is also very much proof of concept. We are gathering user feedback. So in this year, if we are, the more importantly, like we are also, laying the foundations of how we want to go for that 5-year roadmap or 5-year goal. But in 5 years, we would like to be a complete system which has a global applicability, and it's for use of anyone anywhere by reducing the infrastructural requirements. Like you don't need to install anything, you don't need heavy server capacities or heavy system capacities to run it. It's a browser-based HTML5 light thing, so that even if you are in Africa or if you are in an advanced internet-enabled country, the platform works. And if we can decentralize it, then it will also be censorless and it cannot be controlled by government or shut down by the government. But that's something of, we hope that we don't see the times that we are living in right now in the future.
What are you looking for right now? Are you looking for more developers to join the project? Are you looking for funding? What's your current goal?
Everything. We are growing the project, so we are looking for developers. We are looking for funding, yes, support. We are looking for early adopters specifically. And the more proof of, the more validations we get from ecosystems like yours and events like this, it will be great for us. Testimonials.
You're one of the, today we have projects who have joined the Swarm grant program to build a project with FDS principles in mind. As a final question, how was that experience for you guys? And what would you recommend to potential new grantees?
Yeah, I think the most important experience was the community exposure. Like the talks that we had with Tomasz, with Tade, that really made us rethink about, the foundations. Like how should be the data? Who should be the owner? Okay, what are the current flaws in the system that can be addressed with the solutions that Ethereum Swarm is providing? So that was, I think, more than the grant itself, it was the connections between people that you introduced us to. Now, the NFT piece that we have in our system, just with 120-minute call with Ade, we were able to reduce our timeline from 45 days to like 5 days, and we were able to just push the smart contracts and everything out, and so that really helps.
That's wonderful to hear. Good. And I recommend for you to take a look at the next presentation because they might be interested to help you out. Yeah. So I'd like to call on Marta to start the next video, which is from Avado. Oh, wait. I just got up. My mistake. It's a live presentation. That's right. Hi, Bernd. You're still muted.
Yes.
Hi.
So now I'm doing this live. So bear with me, and I hope I do this well. So I'll just get started. If that's okay.
Sure. I'll mute myself for a second.
Very good. So first of all, thank you very much, Swarm Project, for inviting me to speak today. So rather than explaining what Avado really is, I'd like to explain why we do things we do the way we do. So I would like to explain why we need the proper infrastructure for Web3 projects, such as Swarm. My name is Bernd Lapp, and together with Stefan Ponette, who presented already yesterday, I co-founded Avado. I entered the blockchain space at the end of 2014 and was part of the advisory board of the Ethereum Foundation until 2017. I live in Zug, Switzerland, also known as the Crypto Valley, and we created Avado in 2018 when we saw the decline of nodes being run in privately owned settings. Today, Avado is the most convenient solution to stake crypto at home and maximizing your profits. During my blockchain journey, I was involved in a few projects and realized that decentralization is not a feature. And most of all, the infrastructure to run nodes at home was not available for everyone. I wanted to change this from the ground up, and therefore, together with my co-founder Stefan, we decided to build convenient solutions to run nodes. The vision for Avado is to create the convenience that people are used to from Web 2 and add the privacy and security of blockchain. But most of all, keep all of this decentralized by running the devices in people's homes. We cannot build Web3 solutions on existing Web2 infrastructure. If we do, we just create very slow and inconvenient products that can still be censored and shut down. You all know that already more than 60% of all transactions run through nodes hosted on centralized cloud services. And recently, MetaMask and Infura are unavailable in certain jurisdictions due to legal compliance. How can this be possible when using decentralized technology? Very simple. As long as the software is run on centralized services, it can be influenced. Also, a great product like Swarm will become a centralized solution if users don't run the software on their own hardware. Simply providing software will not guarantee that it is run decentralized. We all need to create the infrastructure by running our own hardware, and it has to be peer-to-peer. Only if Web3 products are running on computers in people's homes, they will be decentralized. The good thing is, we are still early in regards to infrastructure. It is normal for infrastructure to lag behind. Infrastructure always follows new innovations. Only after cars were invented, we built the roads and then the Autobahn, which led to faster cars. Infrastructure follows, but then the innovations can evolve even faster. YouTube and now Netflix are only possible because the infrastructure became better after services like Amazon and eBay were used more. Blockchains are at this moment still built on Web2 infrastructure, cloud-based services owned by huge companies. But to be censorship resistant, we need to have a peer-to-peer infrastructure. At Avado, we build the hardware to run Web3 products as they are designed. But how do we get more people to run nodes on their own hardware? When we started with Avado, we sold to a small target audience, developers that wanted an easy way to run a node. This audience knew how to set up a node, but it was taking too much time, and the maintenance was annoying to them. However, this target group will never be large enough to create the infrastructure for a new economy. We realized that decentralization is not a feature that users are looking for, but we knew that once users could earn money by running a node, we would be able to increase the number of privately run blockchain computers. The blue line shows that the opportunity to sell boxes increases as the level of technical knowledge required to use the applications decreases. As staking was added from 2020 onward, it became the additional driver to sell a solution to non-technical people that wanted to stake, since you can earn back the box price in just a few months and keep 100% of the staking rewards, making it a better choice than to stake on an exchange. But this only works if the solution we provide is convenient. Today, we focus on non-technical individuals, and their motivation to run an Avado is mainly driven by generating passive income, either by staking, or we see an even bigger audience that can be reached if you simply increase the opportunity to earn by running the device, renting out the hardware to dApps like Swarm. In addition, we also see the benefit for dApps by using Avado as a distribution channel. Every device that is already in the market can be used to run a Swarm node immediately. This is the benefit of having a standardized system and therefore a working infrastructure in place. We need to start selling convenience and not Web3. When people talk about Web3, they usually communicate the benefits, which are security, privacy, immutability. But most of the time, convenience is not the main focus. This has to change. Adding convenience to Web3 is the most important feature and has to complement the other features. Otherwise, users will always choose centralized services because of convenience. Yesterday, Stefan has showed you some examples how we add convenience to Web3 applications, including also the Swarm dApp on Avado. To make running nodes interesting for a mass market, you need an incentive to do so. When proof of stake on Ethereum started in 2020, our business really took off, just as we expected. Today, we are contributing to decentralization, but the reason why people are buying our devices is because they want to maximize their profit and not share any of their rewards with an exchange. This greed is a great driver for decentralization. We need more applications that let people earn passive income by simply running a node. Swarm, therefore, is very high on our list, and we can't wait for all the features to be rolled out. But even in staking, we run a huge risk of centralization if we don't focus on convenience. This chart is taken off the 2021 Staking Ecosystem Report conducted by Staking Rewards. Combining the yellow, orange, and green slices, you can clearly see that most of the staking happens by using third-party solutions. Only 12% run their own node, meaning they have the right hardware, build the node from scratch, and put their stake to work. So the main question to ask is, why do we use blockchains again? Well, right, because there are clear benefits in eliminating the middleman. At least that was the idea, but this only works in a decentralized architecture. If users cannot run the software on hardware they own, they will always use a middleman with the technical knowledge, and this creates a larger risk for centralization. Obviously, this needs to change. Users need hardware to run Web3 applications. A plug-and-play solution that makes it easy to run any dApp, keep it maintained, and it also has to be really convenient. With Avado, we are still at the beginning, but with our latest additions of packages like Swarm, Rocket Pool, and the integration of minority clients like Teku, we are constantly improving the convenience and resilience of Web3 applications. Here are a few examples of what convenience means to our users. Most users have no idea what kind of hardware is needed to run certain blockchain applications. And we don't want to give them too many options. The budget defines mainly what hardware they buy. The device should be plug and play, meaning users don't want to read manuals. It should be intuitive to use. And if needed, a video can be watched. We have YouTube videos, a wiki with many explanations, and a very, very helpful support. Our target audience is not tech savvy, and therefore we onboard them through a nice web user interface. And they never have to use any command line tools. The onboarding also covers any dependencies, and backups to restore the data are offered within the UI. Giving support on all levels is also a very important factor for convenience. Our users are our biggest asset. We have a very active and helpful community, and by activating them to support each other, we have a very scalable support system. We integrated an incentive for giving support so that any community member that gives support is also paid for doing so. No question is unanswered. And our users are also learning new stuff along the way. If you really want to decentralize Web3, run the applications on your own hardware. And also install Swarm only on hardware you own. Just one last thing, or just one last time, running Web3 applications on AWS or other third-party cloud services defeats the purpose of blockchains. I'm still alive, thanks. And just a sip of water.
The chat says bless you. So.
I'm very sorry. I was sick all week.
Take your time if you need. No problem.
To get through. Okay, just let me finish 2 slides.
So we're looking at a slide of the ecosystem partners, which are currently service available on Avado, I assume. I see these logos. Yeah.
So we already support many different protocols next to Swarm, and I'm happy to speak with anyone that also wants to keep Web3 decentralized. Now I'm open for any questions if I still stay alive. Excuse me.
We hope so too. Bernd, in case you're not available to let's do it verbally, we have lots of people in the chat also who have already brought up some questions, so we can also answer them in Discord in case it's too hard. Just let me know. Turn on my video as well.
I'll try my best.
We had a presentation on Avado yesterday by Stefan. First of all, thank you for this one, your colleague Stefan. And he demonstrated the actual, let's say, server boxes, the nodes. We're wondering for the audience, what are the skills necessary to get started with Avado?
So it should really be a plug-and-play solution. So anybody should be able to use the box like they use their mobile phone. And there's a Dapp store where you can choose any application that we have available in the App Store. You simply click on install, and then you can run these applications. Mainly, it's used for staking.
Yeah. What I took away from your presentation, Need, was one of the quotes: "Greed is a good driver for decentralization." That's I like that one. I was wondering if we're talking about staking and let's say the ROI times for the investment you take to setting up a node. How does the electricity price fluctuations? How do they affect the price model for the end users?
Sorry, I didn't get the price model.
How does the current electricity costs, the energy costs, which are on the rise, affect the price model?
Yeah, not very much. I mean, these devices are designed as a laptop computer, so they really don't use very much energy, and they're not a miner, so they're not mining computers or devices. So the energy that they consume is 1 kilowatt per hour per day. So it's really very, very low amount. I think we calculated about $20 per year or so running the device. So it's really, really low energy consumption.
Is it comparable to a Raspberry Pi, for instance, or how should I compare it?
Yes, it's a bit more than a Raspberry Pi because it has more powerful CPU. But still, it's like a very, very low energy consumption, and it does run 24/7. It does keep running and uses your bandwidth, but the energy consumption is very constant.
So yesterday, when I spoke with Stefan, I already asked him, okay, what was your experience with the Swarm program? So I'll not ask you again as well, but he was positive, let's put it that way. And of course, for us, it's also an opportunity to be part of this setup. I was wondering, because there was a question, as our community also focuses not just on fair data, but fair society in general. Could you tell perhaps a bit more about the materials? So do you know what's inside the box? And is there like a buyback program for the obsolescence, something like that?
Yes, so we buy these devices from manufacturers in China, and we have these are very general devices. So we try to choose materials that are already available. So we're not creating anything very special, because it's simply a CPU, it's a memory, it's storage, and yes, everything we do is has warranty, has certificates, and everything needed in almost every country that we ship to, because we ship to more than 60 countries right now already.
So if you're already shipping to 60 countries, what is it that you're still looking for? What do you need as a project right now?
Well, our goal is to have this device in every home, so that every household has one device. Like they have a router to access the internet, they should have a box to access blockchains. What we really like to see is more applications that run on the device. So we have an SDK that is available that projects can look into and simply create their own Docker image that then gets distributed through IPFS to our users. And so any application that wants to be on our device can build their own solution, and we can ship it to all our users immediately. So this is what we're looking for, is more applications so that users can run more different, a variety of solutions.
Yeah, Stefan showed us an example of how staking for ETH 2.0, for instance, would take place. What the benefits would be by using an Avado node for that.
Yeah, but I think the most interesting part is that a lot of projects, a lot of projects like Swarm have a two-sided market. They have one side of the market is, for example, storage. They need a lot of storage to be available, and the other side is people that want to store data. So there's two sides of the market, and we can at least provide one part of the market, which is the storage side, for example, so that people can provide disk space and offer it to Swarm, and this helps them to sort of onboard more or focus more on the other side of the market, which is to sell this storage to other users. So, and this is for any type of project. If we have a VPN solution that sort of provides bandwidth for users, and we integrate that so people run this VPN client, and they provide access point and VPN access point, so they provide the internet access. And this is needed in this market. You need the access point, and you need users that need that want to have access to this. So we can help like a distribution channel already for a lot of applications. So this could be very helpful.
Yeah, to immediately scale up your DApp, basically.
Exactly.
Okay. First of all, get well soon.
Yes, I was hoping to get through, but I made like 3/4 of it. Okay. So I'm sorry for that.
For you, I would recommend, for other projects who are currently viewing this and who will pop up later today, be sure to reach out to Bernd if you're interested in expanding the reach of your DApp via Avado. And thank you again for coming out, Bernd, to take the time to present this to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Bye-bye.
And then we'll go to our next presenters, which will be the project Mart. And we have a video on Mart, if I'm correct.
Hello, everyone. Today, I would like to present Mart, the decentralized NFT marketplace aggregator. The first decentralized NFT marketplace aggregator in the world. Mart aggregates NFT marketplaces through smart contracts. Users can search and buy any NFT in any marketplace from Mart. On the left side, you can see we have a white paper. If anyone is interested, please let us know. We will provide the white paper upon request. Snapshot of the website, the platform. The entire platform is completed, fully developed. Anyone who is interested, please get on mart.global. You can walk through and take a look. If you see anything interested, you can connect your wallet and make a purchase. This is a mobile version of Mart. You can see that we have all kinds of NFT. So this is collected from most of them from other marketplaces, which is our advantage. So Mart aggregates every existing NFT marketplace. It ensures users find and purchase the exact NFTs, not fake ones. Well, we all know that as long as an NFT has some good value, you can always find fake ones. You might not know where it is, but the fake one exists. So you don't need to worry about that if you make purchase from Mart, because we already compared all existing marketplaces, NFT selling sites, metaverse gaming sites, and etc. So we compared everything, and we identify the right NFTs, and we listed according your search words, so that you will always find the right NFTs with lowest cost. So that's what we do. When we talk about NFT, well, I'm not sure if it's the most important thing, but it's very important. How do we store the NFTs? So some NFT marketplaces or selling companies claim that they store the NFTs with safely, but they actually store with centralized cloud service, Google Cloud, iCloud, IBM, AWS, and etc. And other places, other marketplaces, they claim they store with Filecoin. Well, but unfortunately, Filecoin cannot do that, because Filecoin it takes like forever, like hours or even days to make storage, and then if you want to download and show to your friends, it takes like hours or even longer. So it's not fit for the NFT requirement or the NFT's needs. So most people talk about their NFT are stored with Filecoin. They actually mean IPFS, because Filecoin is an incentive layer on top of IPFS. We do that too, but we don't store under Filecoin. We store NFTs with IPFS Crust. Crust is the incentive layer of IPFS, unlike Filecoin. Filecoin is a incentive network developed from IPFS. It changed a lot, and it's not well as easily used as IPFS. So it's good for code data, not for data as NFT, where you need to actually upload and download anytime you want, and you need to see that immediately or show it to your friends whenever you want. So Plus can do that because it's quick. And Swarm can do better. So this is why that we are so interested in storing our data with Swarm. Even a year ago, when we heard about Swarm, we were very excited. So we start trying to develop this, storage NFT with Swarm even before the Swarm testnet. So now it's after a year since we first start to research that. Now it's pretty good for us to use it. Page of the code that we execute the storage. If anyone wants to read more about it, you can get on our GitHub to search and look at the entire code. Well, in terms of the execution, it's very simple. When we need the NFT, we upload the metadata file to Swarm. And if we need to read and search, we just download from Swap node. It's fairly simple. The Swarm is actually good for small data as NFT picture. File point. Sometimes it's good for big data like 32 gigabytes or 64 gigabytes. For the big data, long-term storage, then a file point might be where you store that. But for NFTs, you want to upload anytime you want, you want to download anytime you want. So Swap node is the best place to do.
Thank you for that video, Lei and Bruce. We have Bruce Z and Lei Lu in here today. Bruce is the founder of Mart, and Lei will be here to provide translation. Lei and Bruce, are you online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Cool.
Is Bruce with you at the moment? Is he also online?
Yeah, he's online.
Okay. Wonderful. So first of all, thank you for coming today. Thank you for presenting. I would say the battle versus, let's say, fake NFTs is ongoing and is definitely much needed. The tools are always needed to help out with that. So I was wondering, do you plan to integrate only the current chain? So let's say NFTs built from a 721 contract to 1155, or also other potential chains?
Yes, totally. So we already have the Ethereum and the BSC and Heckle, and that's already done. And we will do more. So that's under the direction. So we will do well. The goal is that we collect all NFTs on all marketplaces. So as long as there are marketplaces on other chains, so we will integrate all of them. So that's the plan.
Okay, so there are existing, let's say, DEXs, for instance, running on, well, for instance, Tezos is attracting more artists at the moment, or Ripple is preparing their NFT protocol. That would mean that you would integrate those as well eventually.
Totally, yeah, that's the plan.
And is the integration for these new marketplaces, is that manual? Is it do these sites these marketplaces need to sign up, or how does it work?
Well, that's definitely automatic. So we cannot aggregate everything manually, because that would take forever. So we automatically crawling, and once we get all the data from all platforms, so we will compare. So we will compare the data with we will compare the data that we collected with the data from all the platform, and then we will see if they match with each other, and then we get the data, we store it in our database, we rank them, then we find the best to show. So that's what we do.
And what are your current what are your next goals for the project? Is there a goal to have at least an X amount of marketplace integrated by the end of the year, for instance?
Yeah, that's totally something we would do. So keep integrating, and the most immediate needs is that we would hope to bring more visitors, bring more buyers. So we will do some marketing promotions. We'll do marketing activities so that we will bring more people over. So that's the immediate need for now, because we kind of complete the whole thing, and we need people to visit.
Okay, but the product is ready and available already.
Yes.
Wonderful. That's so no let's say no promises, but first show that you can do it. Yeah. Let's see. Another question which came in was what are the building blocks of Mart? So the architecture, how is it built up?
Well,
as it for storage, I saw that you tried out IPFS, and you mentioned Swarm there and Crust, I believe. But how does the system itself? What are the components?
Well, this is the aggregator solutions. It collects the everything traded in the NFT market. So it is also an information market aggregation platform and a transaction aggregation platform. So we use the automatic crawling to collect data, and then we will have internal upload and download, and basically upload and publish an NFT directly from the platform. So it's more like just a pure platform, and plus collecting information, collecting NFTs from others. So that's what it is. And then the storage. The only thing that's different from showing the the NFT is the storage part. So use decentralized other than the centralized.
So the rest of the logic runs on the chains, and the input is collected from the marketplaces and is then given back to the user. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was wondering if there are like extra added components in your stack, because part of it's of course still centralized, and maybe Bruce could answer that one.
Well, the metadata of NFT is stored on Swarm. Videos, audios, pictures, etc. The file hash of Swarm was stored on chain. So in terms of centralized, so no, that's everything's stored decentralized.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was reasoning from the website, of course, but you can decentralize that as well if you put it on Swarm.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's part decentralized under IPFS cross.
Yeah. So you're currently you broadcasting from China, if I'm correct, at the moment?
Yes, we're from China.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for being with us today, given the time difference as well.
Mm-hmm.
What are your to round off? What would be your additional wishes besides you growing a user base? That's your primary goal right now. How could others help? Could they join in at the open repositories, or how could we assist?
Well, that's a good question. We do need quite some let's say collaborations and support. So other than just storing under Swarm decentralized, so there are pretty much a lot of things that we might need some support. So we need to think about it. Good question. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Be sure to ask it and to propose in the chat, and the others can join in. So, okay. Thank you for being here today and for presenting Mart. Then I would like to continue with Etherena, and I believe we have a video from them as well.
Maybe this is the first time you have heard about Etherena, but what about words like censorship, shadow ban, or privacy violation? Okay, these last were 2 words, but don't you also find them incredibly intrusive? There are realities that we have to live with on a daily basis. We may not always notice them, but they prevent us from being truly free. We are constantly targeted with advertisement and prefer to sacrifice our mental sanity and our individuality in the name of free of charge. But what about freedom? We think that services we use every day are built tailored around us to make us feel comfortable and in full control of the situation. Unfortunately, this has never been the case, or at least not anymore. This because Web 2.0 today is designed around large companies and their needs, not yours. Advertisers indirectly tell us how to live, what to think, what to dress, what we like, what we should and should not to do, and above all, what we can and what we cannot say. At Etherena, we know that if a product is free, then you are the product. We want to take this you and place it at the center of everything. We want the user will be our only real customer. We want people be able to have the only real decision-making power. A system at the service of the community, managed by the community itself, open source and transparent. Forever. With Etherena, users will return to being the only real customers of the platform. To do this, they need to understand that to have a free service, it is necessary to pay for it. Not necessary too much, just enough to cover the value they would have paid individually in hidden costs, losing bits of personal freedom. Hello, I'm Mirko Da Corte, I'm the CEO of Etherena, and today I will show you a demo of the platform. This is the homepage of our DApp, and you can see on the top left a menu for configure the referred gateway. We are going to use the default one offered by us, but you can add any compatible gateway, for example a localhost or any other, no problem. And in future you will be able also to set different indexes, for example indexes offered by the community itself in a pure decentralized way. And here in the top right we have management of credit, because Etherena is not using advertisement at all, so every consumed resource is paid directly by the user, and users like creators or viewers are only our customers. So also monetization for creators is paid by the viewers. You can deposit money, you can withdraw, you can see logs of expenses and gains, and you have an overview of your credit. Now we are using a fake money, so you can deposit as you want, but with the next release we will start to use real money, and we will also add an hour token, the Etherena token Etherena, that will be provided on next month. Here we have the possibility to view our channel, to configure it, to publish video. So let's see. We have here a list of video that is loading. Okay, this is published directly on Swarm like a feed, so totally decentralized. No one can stop you to publish here. And you can see a thumbnail, a title. Here there is the public published status on current index. We also offer the possibility to offer to others any published content in the platform. This is on our videos, but you can on any other. So if you offer a content, any user is able to view the video at your expenses. This can be useful, for example, for help to spread some content or for embed the videos into an external website. Can make a test. Okay, so now this video is offered to the public. You can customize your channel, you can view the status of your posted pages for publish new content on the platform. Currently we are offering it, but in the future any user can be able to purchase or use its own postage pages if using its node. Now we will try to publish a new video. So let's create, select the content, upload as is. Now is loading the content on the referred gateway. We have an hash of Swarm content, and we can set a title, a sample description, and a thumbnail. event is published on Swarm. So we have an hash also for this. Click on publish. Publishing, at first you will try to publish as a Swarm feed, so no one can stop to publish or watch what is listed here. And after publishing on feed, he tried to publish on index, so we can find on page the new video here, and we can try, for example, to vote, to comment, we can play, jump on video, and we can see also here the list of manifests involved with this content. Manifest, video source and thumbnail, we can have a try, for example, copying this hash and going to the gateway offered by Swarm. Access, copy paste the hash, find the content. The content is found, and this is the proof that it is real on Swarm. Come back. Okay, here there is possibility to report a video to the index administrator, because for Etherena it's very important to have a healthy community and safe contents, but you will be able, as I said, to change the referred index if you think that our index rules is too strictly for you. So no problem for censorship, it's only due to have an healthy community. And you can also see this content is offered now. And on the left menu you can see some features that have to come. We have frames. Frames are self-managed content containers from community. We will have a lot to say about this in the future. And we have a following tab. Here we will be able to see feeds from your creators, so every creator is able to publish its feed on Swarm feeds. So this is totally unrelated by index and totally decentralized and uncensorable. You also have to possibility to subscribe to playlists. This is other feeds, but not related to single creators. And here we have a list of saved videos. This is managed by the unencrypted Swarm feed, so you will be able to save your preferred videos and never tell us what content they are. So privacy at first place. And this is all. Thank you, and we will see now the roadmap for Etherena. Everything that has been shown so far was just one of the first stages of our adventure. There is still a lot to create and even more to imagine, with the aim of forming a more aware and responsible population. For the roadmap we have chosen milestones with important names, from people who have placed the ideal of freedom before themselves. Let's start with Galileo, our first MVP for internal use. In this phase, we tested a proof of concept in which it was possible to upload simple videos to Swarm and view them with an app. The first concepts of profiles and channels were already present, but not much else. Snowden is our first public release, Alpha 1. In this release, we are focused on the features needed to open the service to the public and allow us to start building a healthy and positive community. There are beginning to be the first economic awards for the creators, even if without yet using a real currency of value. We prefer to test the platform before committing to real money. To enable us to grow healthy, we are introducing an invitation-only subscription system. Satoshi is the second public release, Alpha 2. This is all about improving scalability and implementing a real payment system. From now, the platform becomes sustainable and we can grow together with you. Assange introduced the encoding of multimedia files, enabling multi-stream scalability. You can watch high-quality videos from your PC or listen to your favorite podcasts from your phone while driving. We also introduced a second index, where the only limit of content will be legality. For the rest, room for imagination. Gandhi introduced the creation and management of frames, self-managed thematic spaces dedicated to the community. With this, the contents on Etherena will be organized, and interaction tools between users will greatly improve. This release will also open up to the possibility of using external indexes maintained directly by the community, totally independent from us, in the app. Mandela is our latest pre-release. It corresponds to a beta phase in which we will focus mainly on the consolidation of the existing functions and on the production of adequate documentation. We want everything to be accessible to the outsider at every level, including the operating code and Etherena's data. With Thankman in Tiananmen Square, we closed the first phase of our roadmap up to the 1.0 release of Etherena. From here on, the imagination is the only limit.
Thank you, Mirko, for that.
Hi, Robert.
Hi, Mirko. Are you with us? Yes. Hi.
Oh, I'm here.
So, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you to you.
And I must say, during the presentation already, questions started popping up. So I think we have a lot to discuss.
Okay.
From my side, already, my first thanks for providing a view on a potential ad-free world. It's always nice to see. So let's start with a bit more basic. So why did you choose Swarm to build this application?
Yeah.
Let me give you a moment to introduce yourself first, by the way, where my manners.
Yeah. I listened the first time about the Swarm. I was in Cancun at DEF CON 3. And I fall in love with it because I think that behind Swarm there is a very simple and elegant way for solve the storage problem. For example, different than other solutions, Swarm doesn't need an owned consensus system, for example. And the idea that the basic idea that every node owns its debit list with every other is so simple, so elegant that I think that a successful technology needs to be elegant at base. Everything that is technical complication come after. But the idea at the base needs to be simple. And I saw this in Swarm, so I believe in this project, and we chose it for our technical support.
Awesome. One of the questions was, what was your biggest challenge you faced during development?
The challenge is probably is to have the ability to see forward what Etherena and Swarm can become, because we are researching with this project. We are trying to applying Web3 principles into current system, but trying to imagine how current system can evolve with Web3. So this probably is the most also engagement for me into the project, to imagine what the society can become with Web3 and with Etherena. From company perspective, probably the most challenge is to grow, because there are a lot of components to develop, a lot of technologies to build. So we need developing force, and this is probably the company-related greatest challenge.
So you are hiring at the moment?
Yeah, we are trying to hire, but we are also trying to find investors. We are trying to grow like a company. So this is our first challenge now. And with this, we are also trying to engage new creators, because Etherena is a platform that put the community at first place. So if you are able to attract more users, we can start a positive spiral for the growth of the system.
Like a feedback loop.
Yeah.
I was wondering about the let's say incentives within the system. You mentioned that there's no ads, so there's
correct.
There are internal transactions. Could I call them microtransactions for content?
Yeah, we are using pre-charged account with user credits. So every action that consume resources on the platform are charged with microtransactions. So we cover the costs with the users' payments, not using ads from third parts. And even the creators rewarding are paid with this. So we will have a system where the platform will bring user consensus for determining dynamic creators rewarding, for example. So this will be totally based on consensus, and the economics are implemented today on our gateway, but we are thinking to decentralize in future with this, probably using light nodes. We will see, and these are our economics. So the user center.
Would light nodes be still dependent on a centralized proxy? As in one
today we can't, because we are implementing custom economics over Swarm. So we should have to implement a layer 2, but we choose to bring best of Web 2 and Web 3 segmentation the platform into components for have shorter cost, shorter time to market, and keep costs smaller. Because if you go full Web3 today, could be a problem also for security, because to have security checks cost a lot. So we prefer proceed gradually, And we solved this potential centralization problem with permitting to everyone to use its gateway with the platform. So you can use your gateway and be totally free from us, but we need to bring also Etherena economics into a decentralized world. We will, absolutely. It has to come.
Yeah, about that, because you mentioned something about a token. Do you plan to release an Etherena token?
Yeah. We will have a token. We will be released on next milestone, the Satoshi milestone. And this will be a fixed cap. This probably, I can't assure now, but we are thinking to become also a DAO when we will be able to decentralize the gateway with our economics. And absolutely, yes, we will provide.
It should also result the search for funding.
Yeah.
I was wondering, another question from the audience was, what would be the first type of creators that Etherena is looking for? Any specific area you'd like to focus on?
Okay. Today we see that current platforms have problems with, for example, creators that have different opinions on some arguments. YouTube, for example, is censorship. Everything that is not aligned with the government statements, for example. And this is a problem mainly for discussions for sciences first, because science is mainly based on discussion. If you can't say your opinion, you can't have a science. You have propaganda is another thing. And so this is the first type of users. And second users is, for example, small creators that don't have a public, that can't invest a lot for have a regular publication, for example. And we want to provide monetization to all from the beginning. This is not, for example, on YouTube. You need a minimum base of users, of followers. And we want to democratize communities communication, fundamentally. So give a voice to everyone and make our balancing systems open, so you will be able to inspect and also modify, for example, what you get on your feed list. Because today what you get on your homepage of YouTube is a black box. You can see into YouTube mechanics, and we want to open this.
Decided by the company algorithm.
Yeah.
So quick questions. One of them one of the questions was, is the project open source? I'd like to fork it. Someone already said.
Yeah. I don't get the question. Excuse me.
Oh, is the project, the software, is it
Yeah.
does it have an open license so people can fork it to evolve it?
We are using Apache 2, so everyone can fork our project, can, for example, customize another index. We will release other index integration on next releases. So today, for example, we are giving a first index for everyone. On next milestones, we will create a second, and next two we will open to everyone. So today there is a possibility of centralization, maybe, but when user will be able to create their own index, you can disconnect from us and follow the rules that communities create.
Yeah, they need to be able to create their own gateway. Well, of course. I was wondering. That'll be our final question. So there's this tension between user autonomy and, as you mentioned, the option to report and to decide what is unhealthy for the community.
Yeah.
So you mentioned it's not censorship. Then how would you describe this dynamic and how would it work? Is there a consensus mechanism involved?
Yeah. So this is this could be a bit complex problem because you want to have a platform that is safe for users. So a normal user don't want to, for example, find gore contents, for example, but this implies a sort of censorship. So our rules, because this we choose to have two indexes for us. Both of them will be legally compliant. So we need to be legally compliant with what we manage directly. But two indexes have different rules on the allowed content. So on the first, you will be a safe experience, something like, for example, YouTube Today. But on the second content, you will have the only legality limitation. If you also don't want this limitation, you always be able to use a community index. And for transparency, we have chosen to remove only illegal content and moderation from the community will hide into a separate area of the index, but don't delete content. So you will be also always able to inspect what has been removed from the index. And our database will be published on Fair Drive. So we will always be able to inspect directly our database. And we are thinking also to build the DApp for be able to use directly the public version of database. So also without have queries to us, our servers, but read from the public. So this is totally open data.
Interesting. I'm really curious about how the moderation queue with regards to legality would work, especially because
this is the issue. We have to remove illegal content for be legal compliant because we are a company. We have to survive, so we don't have legal issues. Illegal content have to be removed. This is, but we know that legal not always. But at first, every nation has its law. So we are based in Switzerland, and Switzerland will be the best law. But not always legal is the same of ethic. So we have states where ethic contents are illegal, and we want to go over this and make possibility to community to be directly responsible for their content into a pool consensus system,
like almost reputation system.
Also, yeah, we are thinking something like Reddit, for example, that where community is able to upvote or downvote contents or vote if a source, for example, is well cited. Because if I publish a content, for example, this could be a news. The news could be real or could be fake, and we don't want to anyone be able to choose what is real or what is not real.
we want to create a system, for example, like a betting system for vote if a source is well cited or it isn't. So the community consensus will be able to create a reputation on contents and like a system like PageRank, for example, is able to put a vote on a reputation from the quoted sources.
Good. I'm curious how people will always try to gamify that, of course, but I'm curious to see what the system will look like. Yeah.
What I didn't say in the video is that we already have opened a read-only version on our website. So if you go into app.etherena.io, you can find already the video that has been played and is running on Etherena video system.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you, Mirko.
Thank you to you.
And I'd like all viewers to write it down. It was app.etherena.io.
Thank you.
Check it out. And I'd like to give the floor to our next presenters. We have a video from Swarm Press Project, if I'm correct. There we go.
Yeah, hello guys.
Hi, Kevin.
The presentation will be live as well.
Okay. But you do have video to share. I see. It's
So this is our team, which is Kredeum team, which is developing today two solutions you will see later. We're all located in Rennes today, and this is the second best place take place in France. We are experiment team in Web2, and we are exploring together the Web3. And for that, we have the capacity to recruit and form people to develop blockchain. To create a new decentralized sales channel is our goal, and we have already two solutions to do so. Today, we have a decentralized application, which you will see some features right here. To understand what's going on with this decentralized application. It's really easy to use. You will see at the end of the free videos a short presentation to get more in detail in this. And we have a second way is the decentralized WordPress plugin, which is giving the opportunity for 24 million websites to mint their NFTs and media already uploaded in their library. So yeah, it's really easy. And today we're using IPFS, but we'll see soon we're gonna use Swarm as well. Born in early 21, we won already two Hackathon prizes. Flash loan and IPFS for this NFT WordPress plugin. We always worked for decentralized way and make things immutable, and we have technical excellence, full support with the Kredeum NFT smart contracts. So yeah, if we can make a pause right now for the roadmap, there will be three things I want to talk about. Is the first one, and it's used on our feedbacks from users. It's the multi-cross-chain NFTs. The goal there is to give everyone the possibility to mint their NFTs on Polygon first, and claim them on other blockchains like mainnet or and you will see there is 7 others. The second and game breaker, I will say, features release will be the autonomous marketplace, which today we you can sell through our WordPress plugin and app your NFTs. Now we will have the possibility to directly create a marketplace in your front page using our WordPress plugin. And the exciting thing about that is the fact that you will be able to let buyers mint their NFT directly to buyers. So the owner of the collection will not support the cost of the mint of the NFTs. And with the third features, which is the royalties management, even the owner of the collection will be able to get royalties, even if it doesn't mint the NFT inside the collection. We can go back to the video now. That was the three most important, and then the governance token will be released at the end, like you maybe saw. There is a lot of use cases to share talents through e-commerce, art, gaming, blog, journalism. There are lots of things to do, and the goal behind this at the end, that's why we have that governance token, is because we want to make it a DAO at the end of the day. So that was the first presentation for Kredeum, and now there is a second one for the partnership we have today with Swarm, because we're gonna work with you guys. The goal is to offer real NFT decentralized storage, different from what we're using today with PFS. The goal behind this is use the DApp and use the WordPress plugin. So you choose then your the file, and then you mint it on Polygon or other blockchain. We have 7 different blockchains. We are archiving files on Swarm, and then we deployed a Kredeum NFT smart contract. So in order to sell them on OpenSea or use our next autonomous marketplace. So the phase 1 will be to study how to integrate Swarm into Kredeum NFT WordPress plugin. It will take 2 weeks approximately. We have then 2 months for major archiving to add the possibility to archive all of the media library into Swarm. And this will be the last phase is the minting NFT for sure. And it's to offer the possibility for everyone to mint and archive metadatas and medias in Swarm using Swarm protocol. So there is the work we're working with Swarm. Still the same use cases, B2B, B2C. You guys can use for everything. You can create collection. Can create mint NFTs through that. So this is the last and the presentation of the 2 solutions we have today. You will see it's very easy. The goal is to create, manage, and sell your NFTs with your own collection. The first is manage. It's really easy, as you will see now. You just connect to your Memezzz and choose the blockchain you want to use. So you can just play the video right now. It's just moving on. Nice, thank you. And here is the 7 possibilities you've got on different blockchain you can mint and use to create collection. Here is the collection you already created for us, but for you, you will have to create new ones. Here is the details where you have ePFS metadata stocked for the moment, but Swarm will be implemented, as we said. This is the goal behind this, is to use Swarm and give the possibility for Swarm. To create a mint NFT, really easy. You just choose your picture, your videos, and or other media type, and then you can rename them instead of logo Kredeum, for example. But you can choose and just choose the collection where you want to mint them, and then just click on mint. There is little things running on. Here you can see metadatas are in EPFS for the moment. You accept the transaction, then you signed it. There you go. Your new NFT is minted. So now you can find it inside your collection. There you go. Really easy to use. The third thing is create your own collection. You can do several things with it. You can name your collection for sure. You can attach symbol to make them easier to spot inside your different NFTs, and depends on the way you list them. There is two templates, if I can say. The enable one is the one where only you can mint inside your collection, and no other one. And then you have a generic one when you allow everyone to mint inside your collection. There we choose the enable one, and see you will find it down on the collection list. Your new collection that you just made. We implemented also something for the community, is the transfer button, which is really easy as well. You will see everything is easy. You can just send the NFT basically without anything. Just send it as a gift or of any transaction behind if you want, but the goal is just to transfer them for free basically. Yeah, the video just stopped. Yeah. And there is the first way to create your front page for the moment. It's only for sale. You have a short code for the moment. With you have to copy paste on inside your page inside the WordPress website. You choose the page you want to put in. Oh, the video is always cutting. That's okay. Can you, yeah, very nice, thank you. So here, for example, let's choose the yellow one just under. Oh, once again, nice. You just copy and paste here, and then when you actually update the page, you will see that now you have a link which send you directly to OpenSea. And so people can buy this for the moment as it is. But as you understood, guys, next will be the principle of mint. The cost mint will be supported by the buyer and not the owner of the collection. Here we go, guys.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah. Well, that went perfectly fine live. So
you know, it's not as easy, but I try my best, I guess.
So I have, of course, I've got a bunch of questions about both the WordPress aspect as well as the marketplace aspect. So let's start. You mentioned that you currently store files in IPFS. You're going to integrate Swarm as well for this. You expected 2 weeks for this to study and then implement.
Yeah.
Is that based on experience with IPFS? Have you already seen differences?
Yeah, it's based on it's based on what we've seen, and the 2 weeks are because we have only one developer for the moment, and we will speak about that later. But I mean, we have two now, so it's hard to implement everything really quickly. So we're trying to do it step by step. So yeah.
And I was wondering as well. First of all, compliments for the fact that it's not just let's say a minting place, it's also in the gallery view for different chains. As far as I can see, different types of NFTs which are supported. So the NFT is minted and then transferred, but so the cost burden is for the minter. So that's the client at that point.
So yeah, as it is today, it is a way that the collection owner is minting the NFTs inside collection. There is supporting the minting cost. The goal behind the next autonomous marketplace is that you will be able to let buyers, clients, users mint the NFT they want inside your collection. So the cost is supported by the buyer of the NFT instead of the owner of the collection.
And how does you mentioned the minting is possible towards different chains. You start off with Polygon, and then you can also send it over to other chains. Yes,
so this is the most exciting thing that's coming, is the cross-chain, multi-chain feature. So yeah, the goal behind this is it's very exciting. It's to actually mint your NFT on Polygon first, because we're working with Polygon for that. And on Polygon, and then you can claim your NFT on other chain. And this is the whole thing behind this, is to reduce cost, the fees cost for the minting on Polygon. If I take a mainnet, for example, as the opposite. And also save several resources, and for the environmental footprint, it's better. As we know, everything is going super fast now. So, and it's something people speak about, the footprint of blockchains. So, in a way to reduce the footprint of NFTs, the cross-chain is something that we're working on. Yeah.
Could you give a certain peak and what that would entail, in the sense that would the NFT then live on multiple chains, or would it be destroyed on the prior one and then recreate on the new one? How would that work?
It will be parallel. It will be existing in every blockchain after that. Yeah, you can claim on the chain you want. It will still be on the chain. It just will be shut down, and I mean, it's more on and off. Yeah.
Okay, and the content will remain on the same storage providing, in this case, IUVS or Swarm. Would that be?
Exactly.
Okay. So I also was looking at the way you were offering integration into WordPress as a plugin to demonstrate your NFTs. Is it also a nice solution for e-commerce? Like, will you be the next Shopify, but then for NFTs?
Yeah, exactly. It's something that's coming, and we want to do is, we're working on customable templates as well. So even companies can use it for lots of for example, for luxury goods and authenticity papers. And things like that. So yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, we can make it work for a lot of application and use cases.
And a question about the minting process. You showcased that you can add, you can attach data. I was wondering, can you attach qualities as well? For instance, if I want to implement a certain royalty scheme for parties, or let's say even combination scheme, if I have multiple NFTs and it has a certain effect, can I implement that, or is it on the roadmap perhaps?
Implement what? Sorry, I did not understood really well this one.
Let me give an example. So I'm interested in a collection, or even better, I'm creating a collection, of course, because I still have the power then to decide what will be the characteristics of the NFTs. And for instance, I want my users to have a certain royalty bonus upon distribution if they own at least 3 of a different series in the collection.
Yeah,
Just
I
to
guess,
mention.
yeah, sure. That something's coming. It's a royalties management. We are working on a way to let, for example, as we say with the autonomous marketplace, it's when the buyer will mint the NFT inside the collection, the owner will be this royalty management smart contract, which will allow him to keep certain royalties from that, and also he can configure it as the user, the buyer, will also receive or not, as he chooses, the royalties from the sales of the NFTs.
Thank you. As my final question would be, you are one of the participants in the Swarm grant program.
Yeah, that's right. And thank you a lot for having us tonight with you. It's a very exciting event. And just wanted to say, if you want to guys watch more and support, we are in Gitcoin rounds as well, which is an incredible place to found everything. So if you want to have news and things, we have Discord for sure. We have everything. So thanks for your time tonight. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, that was my final question. What do you still, what are you looking for? But people can.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll look. The first is we want to hire more, to be able to hire more developers to help us reach these milestones and reach this roadmap. The goal behind this is to found Kredeum to actually be able to hire more devs to help us doing it. And as I said, we have capability to form new blockchain developers. And so yeah, every helps, everything, every support will be good for us. Yeah.
Hey, be sure to check out the comments in the chat if people are.
Yeah. I will do this right now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And with that, I would like to continue with the next project, which is Dapplets by Sasha Pitkevich should be here as well. And we have a video. Yeah, there we go.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sasha Pitkevich, and today I'd like to share the results of research work Dapplets Project had undertaken last year. We started on Liberate Data Week Hackathon about a year ago with the idea to use Swarm and enable the Swarm search with the Dapplets platform. The initial hackathon work was pretty successful, and we decided to continue and to shape it to the bigger research. We focused on application Web3 paradigm on YouTube, using Swarm as the data storage behind. And its main service, everyone is looking for videos, and it's the very popular action in internet too. But the actual motivation behind this research was our desire, like every time we are working on a Dapplets platform and on a Dapplets project, we think about improving the current state of internet. And namely, what was the motivation last year is a cancel culture, which grew to the enormous size. And there are a lot of explanation, a lot of definition of cancel culture. We within the project thinking that it's when you exclude from the conversation others who are having different opinions, and exclude them to the extent they're not existing anymore, that their opinions and not even consider it to exist. It means excluding of the social media. It also means excluding from a standard web browsing, thanks to Google and the Google Safe Search, the Google Safe Browsing. So last year we thought that it's unbearable, and we actually, the whole Dapplets platform is about applying, or like it's about making Web3 idea possible. And well, I probably need to say a little bit about Web3 today, because I cannot be sure that everyone knows that. But basically, that's the idea of free and distributed, decentralized concept of internet. And you see on the screen the traditional how Web3 Foundation shows us architecture of Web 3.0. And Dapplets platform resides on a level 4. We are decentralizing front-end experience. We are decentralizing the browser experience. Majority of efforts in Web3 projects were applicable on the server side, where there's like a lot of decentralization on the server side, and Swarm resides there. But Dapplets platform and its nature, it decentralizes the user experience. And we believe that it's very, very important part, because well, independently of how decentralized, how distributed your backend is, the users are still coming to the website or to the social media site by using URL, using name, which means that it's appeared to be the single central point. What Dapplets platform does, it allows you to incorporate the different sources of the information. Also, it allows you to augment the resulting web page, even without the owner of this web page knowing what's happening. That actually gives people using Dapplets platform freedom to choose what they see and what they read. So back to the story. What the platform consists of the browser extension, and in browser extension, they can be a number of Dapplets, and those Dapplets they augment the websites. So when the browser did the processing, you have the resulting HTML, and the code of the Dapplet augments that. It can insert their specific controls. It can also add certain information. Yeah, you can see on the screen, we had a dog, and now we have a dog with mustache and glasses. But that's like where we are doing that as a joke and to explain everybody how does it work. But it also can be some extra information, some extra functionality. And well, the whole paradigm of our research was to apply this concept to YouTube as the main source of the videos and the main search, like as a main search engine for videos, and enable swarm search there. And to show people who are searching in YouTube also the videos which they can find in Swarm. What the extra idea behind this is to improve the experience of the YouTube users who are frequently suffering from the videos being unavailable. Nowadays, using our Dapplets, you can download video from YouTube, place that in Swarm, and then you can be absolutely sure that this video would exist, that it wouldn't disappear because of like censorship, because of the wishes of someone. Basically, after that, doing the search on YouTube, you will be able to access those videos. So let's see a little bit on architecture of the Dapplet we did as a result of our research. Well, we actually created two Dapplets. We have a Swarm uploader we call that either media downloader, either swarm uploader, which actually adds the button on the YouTube video screen, and you can upload this video to Swarm. And it provides you with the nice interface, and at the end it returns you the hash of the video being uploaded in Swarm. And you can see here like uploader part, and while uploading video, it's also being indexed, because remember, we will need to search that later. We will need to enable the search, which means that we will need to store the indexing data, and we need to have this index. And then the second applet we've created is the Swarm Search applet, where you can enable that. And when it's enabled, look into the YouTube search page. You will see not only results of YouTube search, but you also will see the results of search in a Swarm index of the Swarm placed videos, and you will be able to access that. I mean, that's in a nutshell what we do. Please notice the part of the search engine, because when I will be going to speak about our future plans concerning those Dapplets, that would be the main part where we are going to apply the improvements. I think now that's the time to for demo. Give me a sec. I'm going to reshare the screen so you would be able to see my browser, and you will be able to see how the Dapplets actually work. So you currently see my YouTube window. Let's check that we do have Dapplets enabled. Here's the button which tells us that Dapplet extension is being installed. And now you see the overlay, and you see that indeed we do have two Dapplets. One is Swarm Downloader and another one is Swarm Search, and they both are enabled. You basically can disable, but we need them enabled, so I'm enabling back. Give it a sec. And let's search for the video. For example, I'm looking for something short. Yeah, this one. And you do see here the button Upload to Swarm. I'm pressing this button. We see the main screen of the Swarm downloader. And that offers us possibility to upload that. I've changed the quality. It can be different quality. I changed this one, and I'm pressing Start button. And that's being uploaded now. As you can see, the video was uploaded, and you would be able to search for that. Let's see. Well, I'm not sure that it will be available for us that quickly, but let's try that. Let's go to the YouTube site and again and try to search. So let's do like this. As you can see, and you can notice that by this orange swarm icon, we do have two videos which Dapplet was able to find in Swarm, which are matching what we were searching for. And one of them is the video which we just uploaded. You can see that on the side. Yeah, that's it. So now you can see how does it work. And I do believe that the very relevant question for the future is, okay, great, what next? And basically, we do a lot trying to extend the paradigm of Web3, trying to improve the user experience. And we like Swarm Search Dapplet and Swarm Downloader Dapplet because it's not only shows you how you can apply this front-end decentralization perspective. It's not how you can combine front-end decentralization and back-end decentralization thanks to Swarm, but it also improves your YouTube experience. And we'd like to continue with that as a product. First of all, remember the architecture picture. I will move this step back. This search engine currently is not completely decentralized. And that's our main goal for now. We are going to make the Elasticsearch and Search API. We are using OpenSearch. Yeah? We'd like to make this part is fully distributed and decentralized. And that's the focus of our team right now. Also, we'd like to give people possibility to choose for the storage providers, enable new storage providers. It's possible. And we also would like to improve further the user experience in YouTube, because currently, okay, not all the videos, like not all the YouTube interfaces are augmented by our Dapplets. It's also doesn't show you the nice features. For example, if you subscribe for the channel, it doesn't show you what videos were like what videos are missing, what videos were deleted in a certain channel. And it would be nice if, using our Dapplet, we would be able to match, and like when you're going to browse the channel, you would see the videos from YouTube and the videos from Swarm Search uploaded already there. We believe that there's a great potential there. And we also believe that the YouTube users will like that. So thank you. Thank you for your time. There was Dapplets Project, and it was Dapplet Swarm Search Dapplet and the work we did together with Swarm. Enjoy your day. Bye.
Thank you, Sasha, in the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm here.
And thank you for joining us today to the presentation and demonstration of Dapplets and the new search engine you built.
Well, thank you for having us here.
So could you explain where did the idea, how did it pop up? As in, was there a specific use case which limited let's say availability of content, which was the trigger for the team to start building? Or?
Indeed, we had requests from the people who were were cancelled in YouTube, where you have a channel, where you have your audience, and suddenly your video is being banned and removed. As an owner of the channel, as an owner of the content, you're suffering. That was the initial demand. And at the same time, we were willing to do something with Swarm as a decentralized search. And we were thinking that, okay, not only on YouTube, but everywhere you need, fair search and fair possibility to search. It's basic functionality for the users of internet. And we were willing to provide that and to provision that for any website, for example, to embed the search for any user. And I mean, the further we are going, the more our search results are manipulated. You never know on which data set your search is executed and how the search results are shown to you. I mean, you don't control that. And that was the motivation behind us, like together with the queue of the YouTube users being cancelled. We also were thinking a little bit more globally, thinking that we would like, you know, a lot of people are saying about the free speech. We would like to combine that with the freedom to listen.
So not just freedom of speech, but also freedom of reach.
Yeah.
And I noticed in the example, of course, that you implemented it in YouTube. You could upload a video and then find it in the search result in case it had been removed. What are your targets beyond? Are there multiple front ends you'd like to take on?
Yes, because we are the platform, and that was the result. Like, we called it research, and we were trying to check how it will be, how it would be, how users will look at that usability stuff. Because like we are the platform which allows to augment any web page. And currently we do have adapters for YouTube, for the Google search results, for Twitter, and we basically allowing the addition or change or modification, like resort of content in a web page. So basically, yes, we are looking we are going to create more adapters. We are also looking for the developers to join us. We're a free platform, and if you are interested to augment something, or if you have the business idea, you can easily reach us, and you can easily read our documentation. It's actually quite easy to create an adapter, and that will enable everyone to create Dapplets, augmenting the page for which adapter is created.
You mentioned you're a free platform. I was wondering, do you see monetization possibilities for your solution?
Indeed, yes. That's what we are planning to do very soon. We actually recently published our community paper, where our community have come up with the idea of tokenization of our platform. And we already looked at that and said we are fully supporting that. So yes, that's coming very soon. And that would be we do have a number of roles in a platform. We do have developers. We have listers because the users, they need to know about the Dapplets. They need, and it's that's similar to the application store. And so everyone can become a lister, everyone can list the Dapplets. We also have auditors because, when the developers create a Dapplet, it can be malicious Dapplet, or that can be simply bad Dapplet, badly done. And experienced developers are appearing to be auditors, and they checking other Dapplets and they're certifying them. And so there are those type of roles: users, listers, auditors, and developers. And the tokenomics, which we are looking at, is touching and motivating all the parts. For example, if you as a developer decided to create an adapter, which is used for many Dapplets, you are getting rewarded for that.
Makes sense. Yeah. If you create something, for instance, to insert Vimeo as part of the for the front ends. One of the questions from the audience was, if you upload a video, how does a user pay exactly?
Well, you basically connect, you've seen the overlay where I was showing that there are the Dapplets, and there are the configuration pages there, and here you connect your wallet. And in a wallet, you have the account, and you have Bzz there, and you basically, it's basically getting paid at the back end. Yeah.
And have you found any limitations on file size when uploading or performance?
We actually didn't do the complete performance testing. For example, the size of the index is now not very big, and that's what we are going to do soon. And we are also going to do that crowdsourcing. We're going to invite users and to test on real usage. So I cannot say that we hit any limitations. And I must say, for example, if you are uploading how Swarm works, if you are uploading the video which has been already uploaded to Swarm, you're not paying. I mean, it has to be, and we designed all the algorithms, and Swarm is designed nicely, so it has to be effective. It's done on effective way. So yeah, let's see. We're expecting that, and our testers are going there. But so far, I mean, the part which I spoke about the future, we are going to even more decentralize the indexing part, the actual search engine. But that would be the next development. And here it might be that it will cause some performance challenges. But so far, we're good.
Okay. So the search engine is currently being used in the example, to find deleted content, which is synced and backed in this way. Yep. Can I also use it to search to my files on Swarm for other types of content?
Yes, and we do.
How do I do that?
Well, we have the separate indexer. So when you are uploading your files to Swarm, you can connect to our indexer, where you can use our indexer, and that will index while you're uploading. And that will place that will create an index, and then your files will be searchable.
Wow.
Well, I mean, you have to use a special script while uploading, and while uploading, it's being indexed, and then if it's an index, that's searchable.
Yeah, well, that is something that was missing, so I could tell in the ecosystem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is if I'm a developer and I'd like to embed search results, for instance, or if I'd like to know more, what do I do? Where do I go? Is there
well, our documentation.
Your repositories, should I,
Yeah, you actually can go to docs.dapplets.org and read our documentation. We have the tutorial, which will really walk you through how you're creating adapters, if you need an adapter, what adapters are available, how you're creating Dapplets. It's really step by step, and that's a good one. For the experienced developers, or for developers who know our platform, you can go to our GitHub repository, just search for Dapplets, and look there. We do have the template for adapter, template for Dapplet, and yeah, I mean, you can develop.
Okay. My final question then would be, you are, as Dapplets, your project is part of the Swarm grant program, and you've integrated, or you've definitely integrated Swarm. My question would be, how was that journey for you guys? And what would you say to potential new applicants?
Well, that was a pleasant journey, and it was really nice to work for Swarm. Dear Swarm, thank you for that collaboration, and we're definitely going to continue. We're definitely going to extend this set of the Dapplets, basically for the full decentralization, for the nice YouTube features. Well, I'm actually for the rest of the eligible, I would say that it's a really nice experience. If you have a chance to go, then use it.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you again, and I'll hope to see you again in Discord, of course, where the audience can respond as well to your presentation.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for the nice conversations, and thanks to audience for being here.
And then I'd like to invite the team from Ready Fighter One with their video first.
Hi everyone, I'm Javier Bento and I'm going to talk to you about Ready Fighter One. Ready Fighter One is an open boxing training platform. With us, you can train from home, and as an add-on, you can use movement sensors to evaluate your boxing technique and performance. Thanks to these sensors, your trainer can check your performance in real time, and they can correct you as if you were physically on your gym. We use motion censoring not only to detect the punches you throw, but also to analyze the trajectory of your hand and to compare it to an ideal punch. This analysis is provided to your trainer in real time, so that they can open a one-to-one video chat with you and teach you how to improve your boxing technique and so on. Trainer and trainee can always open a one-to-one video chat even though the user does not have any censor. So you can always directly talk to your teacher. Now, what do we mean by open? Well, first of all, it is open to any trainer. In ReadyFighter 1, any trainer can set up their own classes. We follow the collaborative economy principles. I know this is cliché as hell, but think of us as the Uber of the sports platforms. You know what I mean. Any trainer can set up a class on their own premises, whether it is at their gym, their own home, or just anywhere they want. They just need a smartphone, tablet, or a PC with a camera. Trainers can schedule their classes at any time they choose. They can also set up their own subscription schemas. They can charge per session or a monthly flat rate, free for everyone, free for a group of people, such as their physical gym customers, for instance, or freemium, free without censors or video feedback to the trainer. They can choose to charge in regular currency, like euros or dollars, or in cryptos. As a trainee, you can choose to attend any class from any trainer in the world. After every class, you can rate your trainer just like on every other collaborative platform. We are also open to any hardware device that can measure your arm movements. We can provide you with third-party motion sensors in case you need them, but you can also use your own smartwatch or any other commercial motion sensor available. We are not bound to any hardware vendor. Motion sensors can help you improve, but of course you can always attend to a class without any sensor. Now, here are some data that are involved. Your personal data, your performance statistics, social data, and your own movement database. What I mean by that is a digitalization of every punch you make. Those data belong to each user, and just like in real-life gyms, we provide you with a virtual locker where you can store your personal belongings while you train. In our online platform, your locker is a Fair OS pod that only you can access to, not even your gym. It is up to the owner of the data to share them or to monetize them. For instance, a simple way to take advantage of them is by getting a discount if you provide your recorded arm movements to your trainer, so that he can build up his or her own punch database. We know every trainer has their own boxing style, so it may be helpful if every trainer uses their own punch database based on their personal style. We use the API to Fair OS DFS. Each user will use their own pod with 4 different files: a personal data file, personal boxing statistics, social data, and movement database. All of them are JSON files. In your personal data file, you will store the name you want to show to others within the app, your profile picture, your boxing category, and your language. Each user can choose what data to show and when. Your personal boxing statistics file will store your accuracy performing on each type of punch. You will be able to check your progression, improving your jabs, your left hooks, your right uppercuts, and so on. Just like any other data on ReadyFighter 1, you will decide which of these data will be shared with others. Now, social data refers to your app ID and the app IDs of your gym friends and your favorite trainers. Now, it is important to remark that it is the user who stores the lists of their own friends. No one else, and never ReadyFighter 1, will be able to know them. This way, the app will never be able to guess who is friend of whom. Movement database. If you are using motion sensors, every punch you make will be recorded. 3-axis acceleration data is sampled and digitalized. you will build your own digitalized punches library. You can share your own punches library with others, and you can use it within the app to fine-tune the punch recognition algorithm and make it tailor-made for you. So that is ReadyFighter 1. I hope you guys share our decentralized approach to online sports platforms, our strict user data privacy policy, and we will see you soon improving your hooks, your uppercuts, and remember, the non-hitting hand must always cover your chin. Bye.
Thank you, Javier, for that. And are you with us today, Javier?
Yes, here I am.
Yeah.
Hi,
That was a very entertaining presentation. Thank you. So I've got to ask, did this has come up during COVID times for people wanting to work from home or work out from home?
Yes, that was the beginning of the idea. Yeah, that's why we came up with that. We do boxing, okay, and we felt that we couldn't go to the gym anymore, and that was for quite a long time. At least for us here in Spain, it was such a long time not being able to go to the gym. So yeah, the idea came up at that moment.
And I gotta ask. I go to the gym for a workout, but I also like to relax sometimes in VR, which also can be a workout depending on what you're doing. Is VR headsets, are they supported in the context of what you're trying to achieve with ReadyFighter 1? Because they got motion sensors as well, of course.
We could include that, not at the moment, but we will not. As I said in the presentation, we are not bound to any hardware device, and if I know you can do something similar with an Oculus hardware, but and if you have them, and then okay, you can use them. We haven't integrated it yet, but our philosophy is to integrate anything with an API.
Anything. Okay. Now you mentioned any hardware vendor, smartwatch, motion sensor should be is on the table for that.
Yes. Mm-hmm. We also have our first tests. We are using our own some third-party motion sensors that are just motion sensors that it's available in it's from a vendor in California, but that's the one we are using for developing. But we do not. Our goal is not to sell hardware. So if you want them, we have a business agreement with a online store where you can buy them, but you can buy any other sensor. We are currently working on integrating smartwatches.
Okay. And one of the questions is this currently this applies to boxing, and I can immediately see the benefits of having like an aggregated data set of best practices and potential punches to measure, okay, how am I evolving and how am I working my way up? The question is, what kind of formats are these motion capture datasets stored in, and would this also work, for instance, for other activities like dance?
well, it can be. We are storing it. Well, the data that that the sensors provide is pretty basic. It's just a timestamp and 3 acceleration magnitudes, X, Y, and Z, and that's pretty much that. It's a timestamp, 3 acceleration data, another timestamp, another 3. It's not bounded to boxing or to anything really. What is specific to boxing is the algorithm to recognize the movement. If we want to expand to another spot, and we have to make a different algorithm to detect the movement of that other spot. For instance, we have already thought on karate and katas in karate. You need different sensors, not only on your wrists. You may need them on your feet. And I don't know. That's a possibility for the future. But for instance, we could use it for karate, or as you said, for dancing. I haven't thought of that before, but you're right. It can be used for that. Oh, yes.
Karate sounds like a logical step from one fighting, fighting sports to another. You mentioned, so we're talking tracking of movement, which is of course highly personal. So what's your current activity? How effective are you? What's your condition, maybe even depending on how long you're using it, and so that's very sensitive. And I was wondering, could you explain a bit more how you handle the privacy aspect of this, which is of course for all the Fair Data Society members and the audience quite important.
Yes.
Anyone basically.
Well, basically, it's the user that stores the data. For our recognition algorithm, we use our own data to build the algorithm, but the data itself are yours. If you want to use your own data that's stored on your phone or your computer, if you want to share them, you can use a pod. If you want to share with us to tailor-made the algorithm for you, you also use a pod, and we run the algorithm with your data, and we bring you back the result of the algorithm, right? The parameters the application has to look.
But that's always opt-in.
Yeah, but we do not store any data, not even in the algorithm building process. We have to, we have to read it, but then we do not store it.
And if I may ask, why did you choose Swarm to set this up?
Well, because like some other members of the Swarm team, we are quite fed up with large platforms. How do I say? Controlling everything you do on internet, like depending on third parties to just use internet. And I know our our application, it has sensitive data, but not that much. But even knowing who is friend of who, that's sensitive to me. I mean, why do you have to know? I don't really like when Instagram tells me you may know this one. Yes, I know you know I know it, but I don't like it.
Yeah. So you do have no intention of becoming the next Strava, Runkeeper, or other, let's say, applications. That's because I'm a runner. That's what I know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That basically, that's why we use Swan.
And how do you see the well, one of the questions mentions it, calls it the marriage between metaverse and sports. Do you expect we'll all be training digitally?
No, I don't. Not really. Online training is an add-on, is something for a specific need, or something to use. It doesn't substitute the real team. I train and I know that. That's not my target. But I could use it as a boxer, amateur boxer, as a complement, as an add-on. You usually go to the gym, but maybe I want to attend a class of a specific boxer in Germany, for instance. I'm not going to Germany to a class, but I can do that online.
Yeah, to take away the barriers there. Yeah, physical barriers. My question would be, last one is, do you have any intent on well, you mentioned already that you're focusing on karate as one of the examples to diversify, but what you're doing also could be interesting for any sport, but also perhaps for, let's say, medicine and research. Have you thought about that, or has it come up with the team? Maybe contributing to sciences?
Not really. That we haven't. We are basically focused on finishing up what we are now in, which is boxing. Future applications, we haven't really thought about that. They will as we will grow, we will see that.
Okay. First, let's finish this one. Yep. Okay. Thank you, Javier, for taking the time to be here with us today, and for explaining and showcasing Ready Fighter 1 to us. Yeah, thanks again. And I would like to take us to the next project, which is GetLogin by Iqracrypto, and I believe there's a video which is ready.
Howdy, howdy! Today I would like to tell you about the GetLogin project, which I brought to life with the help of the Swarm grant program, and about the project news for those who were already familiar with it before. So, GetLogin is a single sign-on solution for accessing primarily decentralized applications. With GetLogin, you can securely use applications that perform transactions on the blockchain on your behalf, but at the same time refuses to sign transactions endlessly through MetaMask or Ledger over and over again. All you need is to remember the login and password from your decentralized account. I like to learn new technologies from specific use cases and then dive into the details. So I suggest you to do the same. Let's take a look at the decentralized counterpart of Twitter, It can also be called unstoppable Twitter, because its data and interface are not tied to any organization or hosting. In this example, the application consists of UI, HTML, JavaScript and a smart contract on an Ethereum-compatible network. In my case, it's on the Gnosis chain network due to cheap transactions and speed. The application interface can be uploaded to Swarm, IPFS or somewhere else. Each visitor of the dApp can add text messages to their own feed, the content of which is located in the smart contract. All messages are in the public access and cannot be censored at the database level. Let's imagine that at Unstoppable Twitter we use Memezzz to interact with the feed. Every time you would like to post a message to the feed, you would need to sign the transaction and wait for it to complete. It's good that posting to the feed doesn't usually happen that often, so that extra Memezzz clicks on your PC could be handled without suffering. The situation changes when you want to send a message through your favorite browser on your mobile phone. In most cases, you simply won't be able to sign a transaction because extensions are not supported in popular mobile browsers. To do this, you need to use special browsers. With the addition of new functionality to our Unstoppable Twitter, we will also start to run into problems. For example, a developer might want to make every post the ability to like it. You, as a user, will start watching a feed of interesting tweets and want to like most of them. Each such action will take 30 seconds or so, when in the familiar Web2 world, this action takes less than a second. Do you think you will last long? Most likely you will simply stop liking or even go to another site. GetLogin makes it easy to use these apps and change the way Unstoppable Twitter interacts with your crypto wallet. GetLogin works in any browser and keeps your finances encrypted using username and password. Your encrypted wallet will be stored in one of the decentralized storages or smart contract data. You grant and control access to each third-party application for a certain number of transactions on your behalf, but do not grant access to all your finances. All operations from third-party applications go through a smart contract, so if you decide to give or take away access from the application, then the list of rights will change instantly. You can do several actions without waiting for the previous ones to complete. Each action can be quiet and executed as needed. GetLogin can be used on regular Web2 sites as well, as it follows the OAuth 2 protocol, which is quite popular at the moment. Decentralized applications have another problem that hinders the growth of their popularity. This is the onboarding of new users. I'm not just talking about those users who use Memezzz. Yes, there are many, but not enough compared to all internet users. I'm talking about users for whom phrases like buy cryptocurrencies on the exchange, make transaction on a smart contract, remember the seed phrase, are a shock and repulsive factor in using cryptocurrencies. With GetLogin, you can become a caring guide to the world of cryptocurrencies for such people. GetLogin has implemented a system of inviting new people with the help of which you give a person a comfortable amount of money in the form of cryptocurrency, and this user can immediately begin to enjoy the benefits of Web3 world, knowing only the terminology from Web2 world. For example, in order to invite my parents to use Unstoppable Twitter, I need to spend a couple of dollars per invitation. Each such invitation is a regular link that I can send via any messenger or email. And parents only need to enter their new username and password and not forget them. Once registered, they can use Unstoppable Twitter without any problems. With GetLogin, opportunities for the growth of such applications are opened. Any developer can connect to the system and enjoy all the benefits. The source codes of the project and the description of the API are available in the GitHub repository, and the project itself is located on the getlogin.org website. The latest version of GetLogin has implemented support for BZZ tokens, thanks to which it's possible to store data in the Swarm network. So applications on top of Swarm have a new tool for growing the user base. In the next versions of GetLogin, I plan to implement Android and iOS applications with which you can do all the above on mobile devices with greater convenience and security. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions as you study the project, you can always write to me by email igor.shadurin@gmail.com and ask it. See you!
Thank you, Igor, for that presentation.
Hi, Robert. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for being here with us today. Okay. So that was a lot of information in a short time. So first of all, what drove you to start with this project? As in, was there an annoyance which drove you to build GetLogin?
Yeah, I started this application. I started to develop this application, this GetLogin project, because I learned about Ethereum and tried to develop something. I also tried to develop something for Swarm and tried to connect Ethereum applications, Swarm applications, and I found that it's not so easy. First, it's not so easy to understand where I should start and what I should do exactly. And I have a lot of issues with that. So the main reason is simplification. I want to simplify all the technologies for new developers. So I think this is the main reason.
And could you give an example? Because you mentioned it gives access for applications. You can list them, you can add them or retract them, the access. What kind of websites are currently being supported? Just to give an example, which we might know as users.
Yeah, currently I have some demo applications which source code is available in my GitHub repository, but after completion development, I want to integrate some applications. So this is my plans. So currently we don't have real applications in the real world.
And from a data perspective, where do you store the ETH addresses, for instance, and how do you make sure the transactions are not visible?
So if we talk about storing your addresses, user addresses in the GetLogin system, then I would like to expand on this topic a little. I think by actively using GetLogin, you use not one ETH address, but many addresses. Everything related to your account information and settings is managed by one main address, and each third-party application you use interacts with other unique addresses that are subordinate to the main address. So we have a lot of addresses, and all of them need to be stored securely and decentralized. In GetLogin, you as user have a choice between convenience and security. If you, like most ordinary users, want convenience, then your main wallet will be encrypted using your password and uploaded to GetLogin smart contract data. But if this implementation allows you to log in with only your username and password. Encrypted data can also technically be stored on the Swarm network. I think an interface for switching from storing data in a smart contract to Swarm can be made in the future. So maybe in next releases.
It's on the roadmap.
Yeah. If you don't want someone to have access to your encrypted wallet, then you can make Memezzz, for example, or Trezor, Ledger as the main wallet. then you will log in into your account without a password using. So you can use your wallet and your secure wallet, and do not limit benefits of GetLogin. You can also delegate the rights to use finances to third-party applications and all other features. And if we talk about the visibility of transactions, then they will be so transactions will be visible the same way like other Ethereum transactions are visible. We don't have any mechanism for hiding these transactions.
So so where could you explain the difference? You mentioned there's the convenience part, the convenience way to store, and the security way to store. I just what is the alternative then if you want to store it secure?
Yeah,
secure.
So convenience way is the way when you should remember only your username and password. So you just type in simple web form and you log it in. So, but this encrypted data about your wallet stored in public blockchain. So, so if you are using a very simple password, it could be brute force, for example. It's hard because it's using very cool algorithms, but it's possible. But if you are a professional user who know about MetaMask, who know about Ledger, Trezor, then you can use it to log in, and there are no encrypted wallets will be stored somewhere. So
no, you can use your hardware device for that, for instance. Yeah. Okay. And what is the do you have what are the tokenomics of GetLogin? Do you have like a financial model, monetization model yourself for this application?
Yeah, interesting and very important question. The short answer to this question is no. The project does not have a token, but in the future, the token can be useful to users, I think, because each user owns a unique asset, username. So I think it would be a good idea to tie it to NFT and make it possible to trade this token on OpenSea, for example. And now there are decentralized domains that are tied to web resources and wallets, and a username can become a unique identifier of a person on site, games, metaverses, and something like that. A person is not a site to tie your identity to a domain. So I think a username is more familiar and unique way of identifying a person in a virtual space. Domains allows, for example, allows to have several Vitalik's booleans to exist. For example, vitalik.eth, vitalik.com, and so on. There can be only one Vitalik with usernames, just Vitalik. So I think the tokenization of the project can move in this direction.
And how do you plan to grow this project? You're looking for other dApps to connect, or what's your current strategy for this? Or do we have a call to action for the viewers?
Yeah. I want to integrate GetLogin to some real application. So integration of GetLogin with third-party services is one of the way to grow and benefit to the entire ecosystem, because if the decentralized application useful and easy to use, it's very important in Web3 area. First of all, the project solves the problem of decentralized applications, which among other things will be located on the Swarm network and maybe some other networks. Why solution GetLogin, I mean, is useful for Web2 projects. I think I should focus, and I want to focus mostly on Web3 applications. And then when I get some experience and real integrations, I can continue to integrate GetLogin to Web2 projects and services.
Okay. I would like to thank you for joining us here today and to give the presentation about GetLogin.
Thank you, guys.
I understood that you will be here for the next round as well, to be available with the presentation of Igor Chernyshov, to be here as a translator. Thank you for that, Igor. And now we'll go into the video of Igor Chernyshov, about the Memezzz project, and which will start now.
Memezzz is a platform that fully embraces how NFTs should be created, and will be looking to bring on as many people into Web3 as possible by leveraging off of meme culture and fair data society principles. First, let's explain how to actually create a meme and mint an NFT, so that we can discuss how Memezzz differs from other platforms thereafter. The process is fairly easy to understand. Simply head over to memezzz.xyz, where you can upload your own custom meme picture, or make use of the popular templates typically found on Reddit. Once your meme design is complete, the system then uploads the metadata and image to Swarm's decentralized storage. After connecting your MetaMask wallet, you are able to mint NFTs using the Memezzz contract, the ERC 721 standard, and you'll be able to view your latest creation on your profile or on the homepage feed. Why is Memezzz unique? The Memezzz platform utilizes the XDAI network to create an NFT, which means that the cost to mint multiple NFTs on the platform is very negligible. In fact, for just $1 you can probably mint 5,000 NFTs, if that's what you wanted. Popular NFT platforms we know today seem to merely only store the NFT token contract on-chain, whilst the metadata and image is stored on centralized servers, most likely due to data storage costs. This means that the token and media are not connected to each other on-chain as one would assume. If media and metadata are stored in a less secure location, there's a threat to that content becoming inaccessible and rendering the NFT useless. This is where Memezzz utilizes Swarm's decentralized storage infrastructure to fully embrace the Web3 ethos on the move towards a fair data economy. In the Memezzz platform we use library Swarm NFT. It is a JavaScript library for creating NFTs on Ethereum-compatible blockchains and storing content on Swarm. The library contains the source codes of a smart contract for creating NFT in the ERC 721 standard and a JS library for interacting with this contract. The library helps to correctly connect the metadata of the content and the content itself uploaded into Swarm. The library allows you to interact with both private Swarm nodes and the public gateway. To mint NFT, you can use MetaMask, a seed phrase, and a private key. The contract allows you to create NFTs in the ERC 721 standard. Tokens can be minted either directly from the user, or using off-chain signatures from a trusted address. For each new project or collection of tokens, it is necessary to deploy the contract to the blockchain. All issued NFT tokens will have the specified description and token symbol. All these parameters can be changed during contract deployment. What are our plans for the future? Creating instructions and gamification to understand the user's work and create NFT. Creating a marketplace where users can buy or sell NFT memes. It won't just be a boring marketplace like OpenSea. Since memes are associated with social networks, our platform will be in the form of channel telegrams. Ordinary users will be able not only to have fun flipping through the feed with memes, but also to buy the NFT meme they like. They will also be able to create and publish their memes and make money on it. Creating a referral program. The creators of Telegram channels will not only be able to sell their NFT, but also receive a percentage for the sale of other people's NFT memes. Integration of other blockchains into the Swarm NFT library. We are planning to add a Polygon network for integration NFT with OpenSea. We have also already entered into a partnership with the Waves blockchain to integrate their network into Memezzz. Let's summarize the results. We want to integrate new networks into our Swarm NFT library. With the help of the library, developers will be able to quickly and easily create NFT projects for various blockchains. Therefore, to attract the community of other blockchains. With the help of the marketplace and the Telegram channel and the referral program, we will be able to attract new users. They will not only be able to have fun, but also learn more about NFT, buy and create them. The overarching goal of Memezzz is to capture the massive community of meme culture whilst popularizing Web3 technology that embodies the importance of fair data. And it will be fun.
Привет, Igor. Спасибо.
Пожалуйста.
And that's all the Russian I know. So,
Yes.
thank you for being here today, and thank you for your presentation of the Memezzz project and the Swarm NFT library. Igor Shadurin, thank you for being here to translate if needed. I know Igor prepared his presentation thoroughly. I have some questions I'd like to ask. So, Igor Chernyshov, Igor, of the two, what would be the current state of the Swarm NFT library you used?
Okay, the library is ready for use on the XDAI network and other compatible networks. You can upload images and metadata to Swarm. Also, you can mint NFTs.
And in the video, it says that you're adding waves to the library. Why waves?
Because we already have experience in deploying project for waves. They have just a few NFTs projects and a large community. Our project will be of great interest to their community and developers. Because for developers, we provide a new solution for creating NFTs, and for the community, a new interesting platform for creating NFTs.
And so it's going to be multi-chain, the solution. And I'm wondering if the content of the NFT is uploaded to Swarm and it's connected by metadata, is there an opportunity to move them across change, like we've seen with Kredeum, I believe it was, who showcased similar ideas, that you could invoke your NFT on another chain. Is that perhaps on a roadmap? No.
We haven't thought about it at the moment, but in the future we will need it. After adding other network for the convenience of users, we will need bridges to move NFT. To do this, we need to integrate many networks and attract many users. Perhaps in the future we will integrate ready-made solutions.
Okay. And how, just for understanding meme culture, if you share a meme on let's say Reddit or Twitter or Signal or wherever you use it, how does it help that in this case it's an NFT?
We have no goal to show that this meme is NFT. First of all, a meme should be a meme. A large number of people already know about the NFT. We want people who are interested in NFT to be able to be an artist. Imagine that an ordinary user wants to be the creator of the NFTs. But there are few people who can draw
a picture or make music or create a 3D model. But most people will be able to create a funny meme using our platform. As a result, users will be able to learn not only what NFTs is, but also become part of the community of creators.
And how would people understand the need for this kind of application to create their memes? The world.
We plan attracting new users in our marketplace, and we want to
It looks like we lost signal with Igor for a second.
Yes, he has some problems, I suppose.
And he's dropped out. Let's see if we can get him back later, perhaps. But for now, I'd like to well, thank you, Igor, for jumping in as well, in case it was needed. And I'd like to go then to our next project, because we have limited time set today. That would be Albert Thomas with the presentation about Open Social Network. We have a video for that.
Welcome, everyone. We are millions event attendees. We are here to present an open social network. A network, well, where all opinions can be expressed. We are a small team. We are Alba and Jordi from Memezzz, and we work as web developers, especially with frameworks like Laravel, Symfony, Angular, and Vue. This is our small team. And we're here to present our idea. Our idea is open social network, censorship-resistant, permissionless, and decentralized social media platform. And of course, this new social network is based on Swarm. Why you should join or like open social network? Well, first of all, because it is not based on the extractive attention economy. Anyone is rewarded for you to stay in the network. And also because it's totally censorship resistant due to the capacity of Swarm to persist its data and also keep it from censors all around the world. But specifically, how does it work? First of all, we have the user. What is a user here? Like in many blockchain projects, the user is simply one pair of keys. So one F address. This is the user. The publisher is only identified by his or her Ethereum keys. And you can log in this social network with your Ethereum wallet signature, an Ethereum wallet signature such as MetaMask. You can choose what information you want to give about the user. Your F address is completely anonymous if you want it to be. So you can pick an image for your user, or you can pick any image you want, a name or some description, but be aware that if anonymity is important to you, make sure not to give your name or information that leads easily to you. And also, it's important to know that here we use Ethereum address and MetaMask only to sync our publications, but not to make money transfers. There's no need to have a funded account, and it is not advisable to use a funded account to join the network. Then we have the bits. We call bits the posts done in open social network. You can post whatever you want. Choose a title and some text, and that communicates what you need to say. The bit then will show you the author, so the publisher, the date and the title and the text you have chosen. And you can also comment on other users' bits. If you want to say something about one bit, you can reply to another user's bit. All information is stored in Swarm, and it is public and permanent, but its permanency depends on the postage badge that you have bought. It's important to know that in the Swarm network, the information that is kept there has a system of incentives to be kept there. If there are not enough post stamps attached to your post, or it has spent a sufficient amount of time, maybe any store would be incentivized to still keep your information. But as long as you want, it can be close to permanent. Your post cannot be deleted. They only can be posted, and any censor can hide your post. Then you have more tabs. One is about yourself or the user, where you can call to me, when you can edit your profile, read your own bits, and some user replies to your bits. And it is important to note that you can only see the comments of the users you follow, not the ones you don't. That keeps your network as open as you want it to be. So you don't have to hear voices you don't want to unless you follow them. And the other way around, of course. And then in my wall, when you follow other users, you can see the most recent bits from them in your wall, just ordered by the more recent, not any tricky algorithm you don't know. And then the last part is the last tab is a very interesting one, because this is about the discover part, how you meet new users. You can have two ways of meeting or following new users. The first one is search them by any eth address, so the eth address of the publisher. And the second one is to meet new people thanks to your network. To put it an example, get info of one user. You can get info of one user, then you discover who this user follows, and then you can get the info of these people that your user that you follows, and then you can follow the second level follower. That way your network can grow. You see the limitations and the potential of this network growth. It will only grow as long as you want it to grow. To note, this project, this repo has been written in JavaScript based on Vue.js 3 and Ionic framework, and it communicates with the Swarm network via the BJS library APIs. But how does it works in Swarm? Okay, we use Swarm feeds. Swarm feeds are an abstraction built on top of single owner chunks to provide mutable resources on the otherwise immutable data types that Swarm supports. A feed is then defined by its owner, a topic, and a type. The owner of a feed is, of course, the user, the publisher keys. Then we choose two topics to publish these feeds. The BIOS info we publish with the topic open social network.f-biter. And then the bits are all published with the topic open social network.f/bits. And this is the type sequence, the only one that's currently supported in the BJS library. And that feeds are built on top of single owner chunks. That is the part of the swarm that provides the ability to store content in content addressed chunks or single owner chunks. That is the concept of swarm we use to store our data in the network. And then, as we have said, what information about the user we store and what information about each bit or post we store. So this information with this structure. For the biter, we store username, BIOS, description, image, URL of the image, number of bits, and following an array of the eth addresses that this biter is following. And then we have the bit. The bit is the post itself. Well, what we say in the network. It has its ID, the author, title, content, date, time, and if it is a reply to a bit. So if it is a reply to a bit, here we store the bit hash to which it replies. Okay? So that's the simple structure of data that we use behind our application and what we store in the Swarm network. Obviously, we could access this information with our application, with another interface. That is important to know, that our idea is not that we are the only channel to access this information. It has to be open. It has to be processable by anyone who wants to access it with any means he or she has. Then, in our case, we use local storage, the local storage, the storage that our device has, to only ask Swarm information when it is needed. That is because not to be all the time retrieving all the information from the Swarm network, because it puts a lot of load on our node. And then also we can buy your postage stamps when you log in, because you need them to upload content to the Swarm network, but also you can buy stamps directly on your node and then post your badge ID on our application, whatever way you prefer.
Okay, and how do we access to the open social network? First of all, we have to take into account that each user needs access to our Swarm node. Then we can visit the GitHub project. Here you have the link to access. You need to clone the GitHub repo, install the required dependencies, and start the server. I'm going to start mine also. We will find it typically in localhost, like you have, but you will see the address after the server is running. Okay, so here we have the application. First of all, we will need to log in with MetaMask. Just a sec, I copy. Once logged in, we will have our account. This is the first time this user uses Open Social Network. So the message that will appear will be the first time user. Okay, welcome to Open Social Network. And to start, well, you have all the information if you need to run Node B. Here we have to test our connection. We will have to buy our post stamps. In this case, I just bought them before because it lasts for some time. And now we have to pick our username and our player's info. Okay, and we can start. Now the pop-up of MetaMask will appear, and we will have to confirm the process. Okay, so we registered as Simon. We can edit our profile here. We will see the username, the information we wrote, and now we will pick a picture with the URL only. Okay, we will save it. Every time we'll have to sign it with our wallet. Okay, so here we have our profile. Now we can write our first bit, for example. I will pick sentence of Simone de Beauvoir. Okay, just as an example. Okay, as it says here, it will appear twice. The first one is to publish the bit, and the second one is to edit the user because it will store the number of bits it has done. Okay, and here we have our first bit. Now we will have to find other users. I have the address of another user to start. Okay, I will paste it here. And we can find Seneca. You have seen that. Okay, and we'll start following Seneca. Now we can see what this user has posted. Okay, here we can see one of his comments. We can say something about what he said. I don't agree, for example. Just simple sentence. Okay. The procedure is the same as before when I posted my first bit. I will sign once. And now the second one. Okay. And now we see here that this post have some comments, and we could see what I said about this. Also, at the Discover page, okay, we'll close this one, and we will see that there is an option which is called View Wall. In this option, we can see how Seneca sees his wall. Seneca is following Emmanuel, and Emmanuel posted this information. Okay, now as we are following Seneca, we will have the option to follow also Emmanuel because it is a contact of Seneca's network. So we can start following also Emmanuel. Okay, that's it. And now in our wall, we will have the option to see also the post from Emmanuel. Okay. And here we can see that we replied to a comment about Seneca, and we said that we don't agree. Okay, now I will log out. Okay, and now I could clear the data or log in again. I will come back to the presentation. Okay, we wanted to say something about the some disclaimer about the project. It is a developing project. It's an idea being tested, and it has not probably been tested for the mainnet. Especially take this into account, because if you connect, you may incur in some costs. Be careful. Also, we wanted to say that there is no economic reward for any of the code contributors, and also that the user publisher is the only responsible for the content published in the network. So if you find some content that is not adequate in the network, please report it to your local authorities. We are not acting as censors. The censors are already defined in each country. Finally, we wanted to say that if you like the idea, you can fork it, clone it, contribute to this repo, make your own open social network from scratch. This is a seed. We hope this project to be the seed or inspiration for future Web3 open social networks. And finally, just say, open social network want to be a digital social network, just as our physical society is imperfect, but without a magnifying glass on our imperfections. Thank you very much, and you have all the information in our GitHub repo. Enjoy the We Are Millions Hackathon, and see you in the questions and answers soon.
Thank you. That was Alba Tomas, and there we have Alba joining us together on camera. Can you hear us? No. Can we hear you? Not yet. No. It's the button at the bottom for the microphone. Perhaps it's permissions which need to be changed, or change the mic for input. You can do so on the phone icon in the middle, because we're using Videowiki. You can choose your device there. No, not that one. Welcome back. Don't hear you yet. Our administrator is suggesting to leave audio and join again via the phone button. In the meantime, I'd like to remind all participants of the WAM event that they can claim experience for their avatar NFTs during these sessions, and they can do so now on the website in the Resistance meta game, which is run throughout the Hackathon event. If you liked any of the or all of the presentations you've seen today, be sure to check out their repositories. The founders will be available on Discord. Some of them will be in the event Discord as well, where you can find them in the ecosystem groups of the Swarm Discord. I think we have audio.
Yeah. Now you can hear
we do.
Oh,
yeah.
Great.
So, thank you for being here today together, and for demonstrating the latest version of Open Social Network.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So I have some questions, and then I already saw some questions coming in as well. So you mentioned that well, now let's start with the intro questions first. Why? How did you come up with it?
Well, it came in a moment where social networks were acting massively as big sensors, and we think that it is not their role, even though it may be understandable sometimes. But when you start censoring, we consider that it's not easy to stop, and when it is enough to stop censoring. I don't know if you
Yes, of course, and offering a platform resilient to this kind of censorship, I think in our times, and more recently, it has become more obvious than well, we need infrastructure that supports this kind of censorship resistance, and not only the infrastructure, but also ways to communicate on top of it.
Definitely, yeah. We've seen some let's say measures being taken which have hurried development of these types of solutions. Yeah. You mentioned that if you're using postage stamps to pay for the content you put online on Swarm, so the posts on the network. It was close to permanent, but it also depends, of course, on how long it will be synced and will remain popular. Would it also be an option to just, let's say, by design, make it ephemeral, as in that you would want your posts to self-destruct over time, for instance?
That could be a good option. That could be like a snapshot. No, you only post for 5 minutes. Well, 5 minutes, half a day, and that could be possible. A way to make it could be making very cheap postage stamps. So that way, now the user has no option. The user just buys an amount of postage of time designed to last for a long period of time, but that could be an option to make the post as ephemeral as you would like. So that's an option to include. Good option.
Sure.
Yeah, I was wondering about this because as you mentioned, let's say corporate platforms hold on to this information as much as they can until we manually either delete it and we have to assume it's deleted. But what if it's offered by default? That would be great because people change over time. They have different opinions and different.
One thing also to take into account is that it's not on the postage stamp. The postage stamp is the incentive to the storer to keep the post. But for example, if a post becomes very popular, of course, every storage would have the intention to keep it. So maybe it's a good way to choose if you do not want to persist it for a long time, but you don't have the absolute control of your post. Well,
that's market dependent, of course. Yeah, of course. With the privacy aspect in mind, how do you protect anonymity if you discover people via ETH address?
In this case, it is responsibility of the user itself. We will recommend the user to use a different wallet from their funded wallet, and if he or she wants to keep anonymity, he will have to not to give this address to any place that can link the address to his or her information. I think it's something that the user has to be aware of.
So you'd recommend to use one, in this case, for the platform, which is just for the platform specifically.
Yeah.
And the big question in a lot of Web3 solutions, how do you plan to make this user-friendly as, let's say, the Web2 alternatives?
Well, the first thing, and following the presentation of Igor, it's the GetLogin. I think it's he could make our life much easier in this case.
I was actually thinking about that because I saw you're making posts in the presentation.
Yeah.
And I was hoping for something of a solution to be able to offer auto signing at one point, so that you don't.
Because I think some things are important to sign it. For example, posting obviously is one thing you have to think twice before posting. But maybe following someone or unfollowing or making a like, it's not something you want to sing in your MetaMask each time. So it's a good option to make it very much more user friendly.
And also, well, just another thing, it would be great if a user could connect without having to own a Swarm node. And I think it is a good thing to take into account to make it easier and to reach a lot of people.
Yeah, because I was wondering about people. How do you intend to grow the network? Yeah.
Well, one interesting thing I think could be that some famous profiles could adopt the network, and if those profiles shared the information there, maybe they would invite other users and make the network grow. Maybe think it would be a good way. And also, we encourage that if anyone is interested to pick the idea and monetize it and use it in another way and see how to broaden and spread the network, we invite them to do it.
And do you have someone in mind you'd like to track? Do you have a call to action for a celebrity to enter your platform?
The community that is in the Union, for example, I think.
Okay. Let's start there. Yeah. What are the building blocks of open social network? What's your stack basically, if you can call it that?
Okay, so our stack is basically two JavaScript frameworks, Ionic and Vue, and then also the BJS library. That's the way we interact with the Swarm network. And with these two frameworks and with BJS library, we communicate with the network, and that's how we have made the application. And also, from the BJS, that is a very wide library. We used, as we said in the speech before, the Swarm feeds. So really, behind the scenes, what we are posting is a Swarm feed. So that would be simply put the building blocks of how this application is made.
Okay. Yeah, for all the viewers, if you want to know more about Swarm feeds and the single owner chunks, what were mentioned, that's perhaps too deep to go right now, but I advise you to dive into the docs available on the Swarm repositories. A question for you guys. You're building a social network which is censorship resistant. I like what you mentioned. Censors are already defined in each country. That's like a quote. How do you, what are the, let's say, challenges or dangers of that? And how do you see a network like this evolve over time?
I think in other presentations we talk about it, the danger is posting not proper content. There can be illegal content. It can promote any but but yes, maybe one way could be that the community could give bad punctuation to the posts, maybe. And also, I think that the best way is to invite users to talk to the local authorities if they see something that could be dangerous. So they can call and they can investigate. I think it's more their responsibility than the responsibility of the tool itself.
Related with that, what is important of this platform is that it's not like the other social media platforms that they censor some content, but the nearly criminal content is not only not censored, but it's promoted. So we are not promoting this nearly criminal content that it's promoted on other platforms, and it's something very important to have in mind, because maybe of course we don't have the capacity or the ability to ban some content. We can only say to the authorities, here is clearly illegal content, but also we don't promote a broader, nearly illegal content that leads to conflicts or confrontation. Like Elba said at the end of the presentation, we don't put a magnifying glass on our imperfections. It's like our society is.
No, I understand. It's always, there's always a balance there to be found as well. And how, let's say this is an evolution of social network opportunities, and it has posting, it uses the feeds of Swarm, so that's let's say a new feature. How do you see social networks evolve now that there's like a spectrum of Web3 technologies becoming available?
Well, I think that I would say that the same way you can post text, you could be able to post an NFT, you could post videos, your images. Maybe it would be a way to show your projects to your community. Maybe they could buy them through the network, maybe. I think this could be a natural evolution, and I think it would be a way to monetize the project also. I think this is one of the options I can see. Like
And is you joined the Swarm grants program to develop this further? We also have the Swarm Accelerator program, and I was wondering, what are you looking for with the project right now in this phase for further growth? We have this right here. That's
yes. We are still not sure which next steps to take because we wanted to build and test the idea and to leave the seed at first, no, and to let people know that this is possible, and with Swarm this is possible, and we believe in this project. But from our perspective or our contribution, we don't still know if we want to put this project further or we want to delegate it to another. Okay, what we would like is this project or one project like this to grow and to grow like another conventional social network. And if we can contribute to it, that's great. If someone wants to pick the project from where we left it, or if we can collaborate to make it bigger, that would be great. If someone takes this idea and makes another one from scratch, but well, it's also good. But what we have in mind with this is well, not making much money from what we are doing, but to having social network with the principles, well, with the fair data society principles in mind. So that's our idea, our vision.
And a beautiful vision it is. Thank you.
Thanks.
So I'd like to thank you for your time to come in, to be able to answer these questions and to present us with your project. Anyone else, if you're looking for more information, feel free to reach out to both presenters via Discord or in the community at Swarm or at Fair Data Society. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
I'd like to go to the presentation, which is done by Iqracrypto, the platform Iqracrypto, which is a educational platform.
Hello and welcome everyone. This is Ziad Shaban from Iqracrypto, and I'm very happy today to be presenting my platform, which is the first e-learning platform in the MENA region. I'm Ziad Shaban. I have an MBA in project management. I've worked with so many crypto companies, for the last 4 years, and I would like to thank eSwarm for this opportunity to be able to present my project today and to be part of the grant program. So let's dig into it. Cool. So here is the summary. So the table of contents. First of all, we're going to be talking about Iqracrypto, and later we're going to talk about the target market, the problem that we are facing in here, and the solution that we'll be bringing. Later we're going to talk about the unique selling points, revenue model, eSwarm and Iqracrypto, the synergies, and our MVP and our current roadmap. So yeah, I'm very excited to be presenting this today. Let's move. So what is Iqracrypto? Iqracrypto is the first e-learning platform in the MENA region. We will be providing courses in Arabic and in English. People from the Middle East are, their main language is Arabic, and there are not much content available online. So we'll be presenting courses about cryptocurrencies from A to Z. Introduction to cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, and we're going to have like a whole program of courses which is already set up by me. I've been working in the industry for the last 4 or 5 years, and we'll be presenting, our students or our enrollers will be getting a certificate of knowledge, a certificate of participation, let's say, once they finish our courses. And we'll be having AMAs with some experts in the field. We'll be having some live videos and a lot of stuff. So this is like Iqracrypto in general. I know it's in Arabic. It doesn't look it looks like this for you guys. Hey, what is it? So I'm trying to read it in Arabic and translate it for you guys. Moving on to the target market. So the thing is, the Middle East, the MENA region is big. There's more than 400 million people who speaks Arabic, and there's a lot of them who only speak Arabic. They're not fluent in other languages. We all know that the Middle East, their second language is English, and the North Africa, their second language is French. But the only language that gathers these two is Arabic. So this is our target market, and most of the target market will be segmented into 3 different categories, which is we could target the education industry, the financial industry, and the IT companies. These 3, let's say, categories or company sectors or activities are Iqracrypto first and main target, because these people are educated. They know if we're going to talk about cryptography, they know if we're going to talk about hashing and stuff like this. And currently, there are more than 25% of the whole population that are students, which is more than 100 million students available in the MENA region. Moving on, so the market opportunity. We all know that the e-learning platforms has been booming since COVID and even before it. But during COVID, it was like the turning point for many universities and schools all over the world. So just to give you like a small mention, there's an estimation that the e-learning business will be worth 370 billion US dollars by 2026. So the market worldwide is I mean, there's an estimation that the market worldwide will be worth by 370 billion US dollars by 2026. And during the year, I mean, 2 years ago, 2020, the MENA region e-learning platforms and LMS market was worth more than a $500 million, which is quite a lot. I mean, imagine like for 400 million users, there are like $500 million in market share. And imagine like if our crypto is touching the media and technology and the blockchain, which currently got a very high demand. And I would like to mention some few more opportunities that are present in the market. Governments, especially from Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar, are sponsoring and are supporting e-learning platforms because they are here for a better future, and they want to educate their children and their people. And I would like to say that the current market, I mean, even though that it doesn't look like bear or bull market right now, people are still trying to learn and jump into crypto. So this is like another opportunity that Iqracrypto will be seizing, and we will be having like blockchain certificates, which is a really lovely opportunity for people from all over the world to experience blockchain, even through learning, because usually they experience it through crypto, and this will be like a unique feature. So moving on to the next page, which is the problems. Okay, 1 second. Sure. So what are the current problems that the people in the MENA region they are facing? So there are no e-learning platforms at all that provides Arabic courses, and they really don't trust a lot of like foreign platforms because I mean back in 2017-18 they suffered a lot from scams. Hey, learn this, buy this, you can be rich, and they were really targeting like UAE and Saudi Arabia a lot, and people were failing for those scams. And some problems that are outside the internet, which is a lot of countries. I mean, this is not like something we could fix. A lot of countries they have like issues with the internet, like Syria, like Libya. I know it doesn't like sounds good, but I mean these people. I mean, I have a friend who went to Libya. He paid for his room using USDT, and it was something really nice to hear. I mean, like Airbnb with the USDT, and it's like hand to hand. I mean, there's no platform that is gathering them, and there are no courses that provide this high level of quality for the Arabic people. So this is why we are solving this problem, and this brings us to our next slide, which is the solution that we'll be providing. So Iqracrypto will be providing courses in Arabic, one-on-one sessions in Arabic. We'll be getting crypto influencers and huge crypto players, and we will be like translating their content and their speeches. We will be having meetups in Arabic, especially, I mean, like first meetup we will be having it's in Dubai, obviously. So this is an open invitation for you guys to come and join us. We will be glad to have you guys here. And we will be having like crypto certificates, which will be on the blockchain, hopefully. So this is like the solution Iqracrypto is providing, and of course we'll be having like one-on-one sessions, and we'll be guiding them on how to invest, how to use it, and stuff like this. So this is like the solution Iqracrypto is providing. Moving on to the unique selling points. So as I earlier said, this is like the picture of our target market, which goes from Morocco to Oman, which is like the furthest points. So we'll be providing blockchain certificates. We'll be having online videos. We'll be partnering with big education universities and other educational entities. And we'll be hiring experts to do like the courses. It's not going to be only me. We'll be having other people, and we'll be providing them, with the good knowledge that they can apply for jobs in the crypto market. and we will be having like an internal community so they can discuss ideas. Maybe why not they can create their own project. So this is our unique selling points. Moving on to the revenue model, say like normal courses, like traditional ones will cost $30 per course, and the exclusive courses like how you use DeFi on PancakeSwap or DeFi on Binance Smart Chain, stuff like this. It's going to be a little bit more expensive because it's like call to action, and we're going to let people know how they're going to like work or use cryptocurrencies. And we'll be having like one-on-one sessions, like 30 minutes or 1 hour. It depends on the entity or it depends on the individual that is wanting to hire Iqracrypto experts. And 50,000 enrollers or students per year, we'll be having like 50,000 times $50. We're gonna have 2.5 million. This is in revenue, not in profits, which is quite a good number. I mean, from 100 million, more than 100 million, we only took less than 1%. This is like a very pessimistic study. We estimate that we're going to have this kind of revenue. Moving on to eSwarm and Iqracrypto. So, eSwarm, I mean, in Arabic it's spelled cerebral ether. Cerb means like a beehive or something like this. I'm not sure if the translation really did match it because sometimes that words, I mean, they don't work in translation, especially the word déjà vu. I mean, it's in French, but you can never translate it. So it happens even in Arabic. So I'm really happy that Iqracrypto got selected for the grant program of eSwarm. And when I first received the mail from Thomas, I was really, hey, is this real? And I was really looking through the website. I got very excited that eSwarm supporting Iqracrypto. So they're supporting us through funds and through tips and through knowledge and a lot of other things, through documents and some other details. And they're going to support us by growth because they're giving us milestones, how to reach them, and how far we can do it, and the time frame. I mean, it's very like specific, and there will be like some synergies between the two of us. So Iqracrypto will be bringing eSwarm and Fair Data Society to the Arabic region. These two courses will be for free because we want to bring awareness to the people of the MENA region to not share their data with any website because it's really valuable. We didn't see any real use cases for data used against the individual in the Middle East, but I'm sure it's going to be very soon. I mean, I really wish not, but yeah, this is like the world we live in. So these courses will be available on Iqracrypto platform. Feel free to visit it. Maybe you can learn Arabic by I mean, because you know the fair data principles in English and you're going to see it in Arabic, maybe you will have some resemblance. So that is why I would like to thank eSwarm for this opportunity. Moving on to our MVP. So currently we have like the platform is fully ready. I'm going to say we're using WordPress, which is like the best for the e-learning platforms available online. And yeah, we will be providing courses, guides, and concepts, and we'll be having like one-on-one sessions. For now, we don't have any courses online because we're still preparing the quizzes. We have actually 2 courses ready, which is Introduction to Cryptocurrencies and Fair Data Society. These 2 courses will be available very, very soon. It will be available in Arabic. I'll be presenting these courses to you guys, and I'll be open for any feedback. So this is our MVP. The platform is working. You can go in, you can like see the dummy courses, and yeah, the only payment option right now available is PayPal. We'll be like offering more payment methods very, very soon once our courses are up and running.
Moving on to our roadmap. As you can see, we have a plan for 1.5 years for now, and we have different milestones that we're going to achieve. So first of all, I would like to tell during last year, Q4 last year, I mean, I was on the ideation phase. I was trying what is to build, how I can do it, and how I'm gonna like put the courses online and stuff like this, and what's the name, what I'm gonna name it. So this is like the ideation phase. This is when I applied for the eSwarm program, and during Q1 2022. We will be doing, we will be having like 4 courses online, adding to that a fair data society courses where we're going to talk about the principles, and an Ethereum Swarm course. We're going to talk about the Ethereum Swarm, the program, the mission that they're trying to achieve, and we're going to try and implement more payment methods into our website. Moving on to the next quarter, we're going to have like our official launch, and it's gonna be, I wish it's gonna be good, and we're gonna try and explain how the courses work. We're trying to give like certificates for our enrollers, and during the Q3 of 2022 we're going to try and partner with universities so our certificates can be acknowledged and approved by some ministries or by some education firms, and we believe that we will be reaching 15 courses, and we will be employing another instructor than me. And during Q4, we're gonna try and give the certificates on the blockchain. This is like not an easy task, and I would like to thank the support of ETHSwarm that they're going to help me doing this. And on Q1 next year, 2023, we believe that we will have 50K enrollers, and you're gonna try and be more decentralized as ever. Like we're gonna store our courses in decentralized in the blockchain and more. And this is only feasible by the help of ETHSwarm. And special shout out to my friend Thomas. So this is it about Iqracrypto roadmap. And just coming on to the end, so we plan to be incorporated in Dubai. And if you have any question, feedback, inquiry, if you're interested in this venture, just you know where to find me. So there's like LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter, or via email Iqracrypto.com, hello@Iqracrypto.com. So thank you very much for granting me this opportunity. I'll be available very soon to answer your questions. Cheers.
Hello and
Hello. Thank you, Ziad. Salam. Good evening. Thank you for this presentation, and it's great to see that the spread of the FDS principles also in other continents taking place now. So I'm good of you. Great to be here. Thank you for coming over. And I was wondering, is there, did you perceive, let's say, a lack of knowledge in the Middle East about these subjects? Is there a lack of institutes offering information that you said, okay, well, let's bring this to the region?
Sure. So thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here and really glad that you're presenting it. I mean, it's been like 3 hours or 4 hours that you're live. Very great job you're doing, Robert. And I would like to mention that in the Middle East, I mean, I've got like some friends back in Saudi Arabia. They were mentioning, hey, I can't buy 1 Bitcoin now. I can't buy Bitcoin now. I was telling them, hey, why you can't? And they're telling me, hey, 1 Bitcoin is going to cost me a fortune. I told them, no, you can buy 0.00 something. And they were like, hey, is this real? So this is where I told myself, hey, these people needs education. I mean, we need to create something for the people in the MENA region where they're gonna learn and get themselves educated. I mean, this happened like 1 year ago or something like this. Imagine now if they hear about DeFi and Web 3.0, they're gonna be like very confused and they won't really know where to get.
Yeah, because I understood that we usually Dubai has quite some events related to at least DeFi developments. So I was in the impression that the region itself was lively when it comes to Web3.
I mean, it's only Dubai, but the others, I mean, they're disconnected.
Okay. Are you specific countries that you're targeting?
Yes, so I'm actually targeting the MENA region, which goes from Morocco to Oman, which are like all the Arabic-speaking countries. And I mean, the platform, I mean, it will be destined for people of Dubai, but as you know, that like Dubai is very connected, not like Saudi Arabia or Qatar or Bahrain or Egypt. I mean, these will be like our main targets.
That'll be your hub from there.
Yep.
And what? Yeah, is it you? Is there a team of presenters which will give courses? How will it look like? Yeah.
So we all know what. I mean, we all know this. The guy who does this, it's me. So it's basically me. I'll be the instructor. I'll be uploading courses. I'll be checking out quizzes of everyone. And I have with me on the team 2 freelancers, which is the website manager and graphic designer, which are helping me like make a good product.
And what are you looking for right now? What do you need more? Tutors? Do you need developers? What could help you out in your project right now?
Indeed. So how I got in touch with the Eastform, because if I want to scale this, I really can't do it by myself. So I need like some sort of backup. I need to hire like an instructor with me who will be like teaching people, because doing tons of courses, it's not an easy task. I mean, it's very time consuming, and imagine like going from Bitcoin to Ethereum and to reach Web 3.0, which is a very long way. So this is why, this is what I'm looking for, so another instructor.
Okay. And what's the, let's say the targets, what do you want to achieve by the end of the year? Let's put it that way. Yeah. Certain size of market.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's a really big market. And if we imagine that we're going to have like another bull run again, I mean, getting 100K student or enrollers is going to be like the dream. 100K, I mean, it's feasible, but it's not that easy.
It is, well, via these types of platforms, it's nowadays it's scalable, so we can yeah, should be within more within reach than it used to be. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
Hopefully.
And have you got a market response yet?
Well, so for now, I didn't really write any article. I didn't do any marketing about the platform. I'm still in stealth mode until I have like 3 or 4 courses ready, so I will be able like to present it to the people. So for now, I'm getting like some organic traffic. I'm getting like help from some other incubators, and I mean they're interested in the project, and I'm getting I mean some queries from people. Hey, where can I learn? And I was like, hey, hold on, I mean still not live yet.
If you stay in the chat afterwards, we'll see if I can connect you with the founder of Bitopia, who was also a speaker earlier this week.
Nice.
He's building a decentralized university. He might have some tips. Yeah.
Nice. This is good.
I would like to thank you and wish you good luck with your recent grant, which was awarded, and the development of that, of course, with the setup of the organization. And of course, we'll be here and in the support chat whenever you need us. So thank you again for coming tonight.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy to be here with you guys. And yeah, so this is feasible only with Eastform.
We love to help you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Then we're jumping into our next presentation, which is about Project Social Archive. We have Cody Pumper and Amir Ahmed online, and we have a video first.
This is Social Archive. Today, we support uploading a Twitter archive to Swarm and accessing that archive, as well as browsing recently uploaded archives. The first step to uploading your Twitter archive to Swarm is actually getting your Twitter archive. This is a feature that Twitter supports. It's a little buried in their settings, but you can request an archive, and then they will send you an email with an access link which will download a zip file containing all of your account's history, tweets, media, essentially everything that's related to your interactions on Twitter. Now, we don't want to back up all of that data, and we'll show what we're doing to exclude data and protect our users. So let's go ahead and upload our Twitter archive. We see that it was extracted within the browser, and we get a preview of the archive. So this is not yet loaded to Swarm. This is a preview. So we want our users to look through the data, make sure this is what they want to have uploaded, and then confirm. So let's go ahead and look through. Yep, those are the tweets that we want to upload. We've got all our likes, no lists, some moments. And we can also see which data has been removed. So for instance, private contact data has been removed. We don't want to expose our users in that way. We also removed the session data and account access history. And there are a few other categories here listed on the bottom left: direct messages, safety, personalization, and ads that have been removed. So this is looking good. We can go ahead, click confirm, and we'll see that it's uploaded to Swarm. And then it's also going to be adding that Swarm hash to our Swarm feed, so we can keep track of recently uploaded archives. Let's go ahead and verify this. So now we're opening the archive via Swarm. We saw that it downloaded it, and we can browse the data just like we did before in the preview. So this is loaded from Swarm, and it includes all of our media, all of our likes. It's all here. Now if we go back, we can open up the browse page. And on the browse, and here we can see a list of recently added archives backed up to Swarm. If we wanted to, we could view one of our older archives. So let's go ahead and open one of these up. See that it was downloaded from Swarm, and we can browse through it just like before. Now let's go back. Did want to point out one more feature here. Not yet implemented, but coming soon. We're going to have the ability to find an account by its Swarm hash or by their Twitter handle. We think that this is one of the most powerful parts of Social Archive. Being able to link to and access historical data from social media that, for any number of reasons, could have been lost, censored, or deleted. This has applications within the news world, within academics, within the entertainment industry. And we're really excited to see how a reliable source of historical social data can be used. Thank you.
And we're back. Cody Amir, are you with us in the chat?
Hello.
Hello, both of you. Thank you for joining us today, especially on this quite intense session for the past hours with all these beautiful projects being presented. I already saw questions coming in, actually. Please take a moment to introduce yourselves first.
Hi, I'm Amir Ahmed, and I've been writing software for quite a number of years. This is our first foray into the Web3 world. We do have full-time jobs in the Web2 world, so we're very connected to the corporate machine, so to speak, and very eager to impart some of our knowledge from that, or transition some of our knowledge to the Web3 world.
Thank you. And you, Cody?
Hi. Yeah, so, I mean, both engineers by trade, so we've got several years of experience across the web application stack, the traditional web application stack. So it's definitely been exciting as developers in the Web3 space. We both kind of participated in Web3 activities, but never developers. And so we're really fortunate to both have a cool project to work on, to be supported by the grant, to be hosted by you at events like this. So thank you.
And thank you both for joining us today. I immediately have some questions related to the presentation you just demonstrated. Let's see. First of all, I saw with quick stats that you're able to, the ones that you're able to download. So if all the Twitter posts from one individual are downloaded and they're stored on social archive in a bundle, so that includes comments, likes, shares, retweets, if you don't opt out, let's put it that way, from the list. But those are actions by other users. Are the, let's say, account details of the other users also stored, that you know, oh yeah, this one liked it, this one shared it, this one tweeted it? From a privacy perspective, of course, that's where this question comes from.
Maybe we can start with just briefly talking about how Twitter handles this. And we're still kind of wrestling with how we want to best approach this from a technical standpoint, as well as obviously a privacy standpoint. When you export your data from Twitter, they provide the full text. So if I interact with a tweet, if I like or reply, you get a copy of the full text of that tweet and you get the ID for that tweet. That's it. As far as referencing who created that tweet, you have to be able to pull that information either from Twitter, another archive. That has to be looped in somehow. We would like to display that information to the user because very often it's hard to understand what you're looking at on Twitter if you don't know the user that's tweeting. So it's strange to see these likes and you don't necessarily know who it is that you liked. And there's missing context there, and I think it's debatable about, you know, who quote unquote owns that information, or at the very least the value that it has to making your archive usable. Amir, did you have anything to add there?
No, it's pretty new. It's a very new project, right? So we are still figuring out, you know, as Cody mentioned, you know, what is the use of that archive, right? I mean, when you go to your Twitter and export that archive, it does contain likes to other posts, but you don't see the post. So because that post belongs to somebody else. So that in itself, it's a challenge, right? Is that archive really worth it? Is it? I mean, do your likes mean anything without the actual content? So as we understand the product more, we'll uncover. We did think about fetching that data, so we could at least see that entire thread, that particular, at least just the ones that the user liked. But for now, we are literally just limited to whatever Twitter gives us in their archive. We haven't changed much from that.
I think it's almost a philosophical question. What are your likes worth? Yeah. And yeah, I read that Twitter at one point closed off their API actually for consumer use. I believe it was that if you wanted to, let's say, harvest, but put it that way, for research purposes, for instance, that you had to pay to be able to access large amounts, at least, of Twitter data. I spoke a researcher who went into this problem recently. That's why I'm mentioning this. So let's get into the technology. So do you use FairDrive to store the bundles, or do you use Swarm directly, and why?
Right now we're using Swarm directly. Primarily, why? Because maybe we can talk about how some of these projects started. We initially were working with Be Free and actually even Igor and Daniel Naj, where think Trump was banned from Twitter. And that's where, I guess, the initiation for the project came, where Daniel had mentioned that the grants open, and maybe you guys can focus on one area and then try and see if that area works well as a proof of concept, and then we can expand it to other users. So that's where Swarm came in, and of course the people. I mean, I know more people in Swarm than the technology. So just being around that community gives us confidence that Swarm is the right place for this. And of course the nature of the tweets, where it's kind of transient in nature and you have popularity. So Swarm is perhaps a good platform for that type of storage, as opposed to just Google Drive or an S3. So we started off with picking Swarm as our backbone, and of course using various technologies within Swarm, such as the feeds and single owner chunks. I think one of the presentations mentioned that we use that to create that little tidbit of like a profile view of the tweet. Does that answer your question?
I was surprised to hear that Trump was actually the reason this started, but but indeed, it was Open Social Network who was also using the feeds, indeed, which brings me actually to the next question, which is with Open Social Network as an example, you now support Twitter exports. What other targets do you intend to support, or what are you targeting as social platforms to back up?
Yeah, we began investigating Instagram and TikTok, since we're definitely looking at this from an angle of what platforms that are used in the public eye primarily, and therefore places where people want to preserve their publicly produced material, right? So Instagram profiles are another place where there's a large audience, and there's a potential for deplatforming. And we're not representing any particular political party. It's the fear of deplatforming that was the initiator there. So where Instagram and TikTok, we're really aiming for the big fish with the large public audiences.
And there was a question which immediately popped up in the feed. So right now you're allowing backups from existing social platforms towards your own, let's say, personal bundle. Will there be an opportunity to push it as well? So let's say you have a bundle, and you want to push it towards a platform. Maybe even agnostically, I don't know. But I'm assuming from, let's say, to the same platform you got it from.
You mean push it back? You mean, sorry, I don't understand the question. So let's say we get a bundle from Twitter, and then you want to push it back. You mean reanimate it, or? Basically,
yeah. That's what the question states.
Okay. So what we showed today is essentially our milestone 1, right? Our milestone 1 is like a very simple web interface, and we want to focus on the word simplicity, right? Because I think, as some of the presentations talked about today, how some of the things in Web3 are somewhat complex. So to get people who have a fear of deplatforming, providing them a solution to that. So once we have a lot of data, or rather than, sorry, let me recap. Once we go towards a milestone 2, which is provide an API on top of what we are storing in our system, then we would, of course, allow users to then connect with other types of applications, such as maybe even use GetLogin.eth or Waggle or some of the other Swarm projects. That's kind of planned, I would say, in the next 6 months. That's our target, to come up with a way to expose that, so you could essentially then go ahead and reanimate it. hey, I mean, it could also be used to upload data to Truth Social. But again, hey, no affiliation to Trump whatsoever. We're just talking about how, we believe that, users are, they should be able to have their say without, being in the fear of getting deplatformed. Cody, add anything to that?
Yeah, I think we don't want to burden this particular tool with that feature set, but we want to help build out that architecture where freely moving, whether it's just who you're following and who you want to follow, or who follows you with that data, and like integrate that with Waggle, or the actual tweet content and then exporting that to open social network. We don't necessarily want to build that direct integration, but we want to create the platform or the help build the architecture that would support that kind of tooling.
Yeah, to empower people to obtain their own data and manage it that way. Morning, I got a question about the find account feature. What if I don't want to be found? How would that work? Is it only for users who also downloaded that bundle, or how would it work?
Yeah, so today it is supporting pasting us the hash for a bundle into it, and therefore downloading that bundle. You can actually, we have that box on our homepage now. We recently added it. The next step will be being able to enter a Twitter handle and storing some sort of index, and that's kind of where you're coming in, right? It's if I want to archive my data, but I don't want people to necessarily reference it. That's a place we want, or a feature we want to offer as well, a private archive essentially, because we think that this is also a platform or tool that could be used to take your data and then, possibly sell it or integrate with other platforms that are equally private. So you wouldn't, you wouldn't want it to be completely public and therefore discoverable, right? So we see a future where Social Archive has a private option as well as the current public default.
And how would I delete a bundle on Social Archive if I'd want to, or an account if I want to remove an account?
Well, you can hide it, right? I mean, that's what I think I read someone say. You can't really delete on Swarm, but you can hide it. I think our focus around the private upload, we put it in our backlog because we didn't want any interaction with MetaMask initially, right? So people would say, okay, now you got to connect your wallet. So we wanted like a seamless experience. We want to try and approach some entertainment folks and celebrities, so they could use it as a backup. Our personalities are all over various platforms, and no one really has the true backup of some of those things. So yeah, I mean, delete is it's essentially unhiding, right, or hiding on the platform. I mean, you know that it is immutable, right? So once it's out there, it's out there. I'm not sure if we'll end up with a lawsuit like Google did with the right to forget, but it'll be a good thing if we get there.
Well, it might also be, of course, if it's not referenced at one point, it will not be synced anymore, and it will disappear eventually if it's not post-stamped anymore. Yeah. Let's see. We got a question from Tadej Fius. He says you know him. Amir helped me a lot with the Resistance platform for the WAM Hackathon. Question would be, when do you intend to join or set up a next hackathon?
What do I? Hey, let's do it. You tell me and I'll fly over, right? as always, look, our hearts are in open source, and we are here to help. It's not doesn't go for me. I guess it goes for all our friends and people around in this community, including our colleagues. So we're always here to help, and we want to we want to see this platform mature, right? I'm talking about Web3 in general, and of course resistance as well, which is such a great thing. And I think it's conventions like these and conferences like these where we spark creativity and we can see how we can connect with each other. And of course we thank you for providing us the platform to speak, and also you guys spending a lot of time preparing and being there for us and hosting these sessions. So we are extremely thankful.
Thank you. What would be, and that's my final question would be, what would be what you're looking for right now? Do you need additional developers? Do you need, well, everyone wants developers, of course, but what would you be looking for right now as an impulse for the project?
Did you go first, Cody, or?
I mean, we have previously suggested we would take on more developers. Anyone would. It's an open source project. Anyone's, it could be a low commitment. Just come and look at what we're coding, tell us we're doing it wrong, and leave. That's fine too. But I think even more than that, we're interested in finding someone excited to integrate with this data that we are collecting and building archives for. We've created an interface for it. We've created a consolidated way of accessing it. So it would be really exciting, and it would help us in terms of our roadmap to develop a cleaner API to have someone interested in integrating. So if there's anyone out there hoping to display Twitter data, especially in a historical context, in any way, definitely reach out.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I would build on top of that. I think Cody is spot on. Integration is probably the best, the number one thing on our minds. Watching the presentation, Sasha's presentation around Dapplets, you know what? I think our find account feature is solved. We can use that Dapplet to provide that indexing for our users, well, the ones who want to be indexed, right? And want to be found, at least. And then of course, GetLogin.e. Right off the bat, what I would like to do is connect with these two teams and see how we can, figure out how we can, build bridges between these two teams. And apart from developers, I think anybody who wants to help in any way, you don't even have to know crypto. We want to make it so simple and easy for you to come in and help out. I think this community needs that, in the sense Web3, that the more people we get to, lower the entry, the barrier to entry, the more common the platform will become. And we want to become more common. So everybody knows about it, and they support all these projects. So viva la resistance.
It's great to hear how the getting everyone together here already creates some potential synergy. So I hope we can help you with that. Guys, thank you for joining us, and thank you for being here tonight again. I'm gonna
for the opportunity.
Continue. Thank you, Amir. Thank you, Cody. I'm going to continue with the next project, which is the Atelier Ludensis project by Petra Wilson, and there will be a video first, and this is the final presentation of the day.
Darkened alleyways, storms and rain everywhere, mud all the way throughout the streets. A young woman walking along, carrying a hammer, and with a sense of familiarity, opens the door into the local inn.
And then coming in from outside, a young woman kind of bursts into the inn, her hair frazzled, followed by a older but smaller of stature woman behind her. As she slumps into one of the bar booths, she says, "I cannot believe we've been riding for 10 hours today. I have aches that will never unache themselves." And she waves over a barmaid to bring a drink, and continues to complain to her companion, who is not able to say much and doesn't seem like he wants to say much, as this young woman starts to quaff down the ale.
The rain has created a thick level of mud in the alleyway outside the inn. As the rain starts to come down harder, it becomes difficult to traverse the streets into the alley. As a young, mid-30s female centaur enters the inn, the thud of her hooves hitting the floor brings the attention of the barkeep to the person entering the space. The barkeep looks up from his pouring of his ale, notices the disheveled character, the four striking legs hitting the ground, and immediately opens his mouth as if to say to leave. Upon seeing the barkeep's apprehension, the young centaur opens up her jacket and reveals the spurs that are collected around her neck. And upon seeing this, the barkeep quickly cowers his eyes, knowing what they mean, and returns to his corner, pouring another pint.
As the music starts to raise, a disheveled-looking elderly gentleman, a little bit pudgy, sitting in one of the corners, stands up, shifts his disheveled, pointy hat, and gestures across the room. All of a sudden, the music disappears. The sounds of what's going on? I was enjoying some wine, and now all of a sudden we seem to be just falling. It's getting darker in here.
What on earth is happening? Where's my matron?
Faster and faster and faster.
Oh my gosh. I am losing my balance. I'm losing control. I am so dizzy.
And I'm seeing, like, isn't that the library? Isn't that the library where I first started to train when I was learning to become a blacksmith? And the master would send me in to clean up his shop, and there were always so many designs laying about.
Oh my gosh. I see my childhood growing up at the traveling carnival, learning magic from the great magusses of the carnival. Oh my gosh. I learned how to control fire. Oh my gosh. And I learned how to make healing potions. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's all coming back to me.
Those columns remind me of the time when we were studying as a tribe. The scholars would visit said halls and would look at those scrolls and the columns. And if you notice the columns themselves, the iconography, are actually forbearance of our forefathers from the Great Plains.
I certainly remember this library. During my educations, my matron took me here to study for several months, and it was dreadfully boring. These scholars just have no sense of fun, really. I was able to entertain myself there and may have absconded with an interesting scroll.
I remember during my earlier education that I read a scroll from within this library. It spoke of a crazy mathematician who believed that souls were transmigrated through legumes. So he banned his followers from consuming them.
The displacement of our peoples from the Great Halls had led us to a plain upon which many came to chase us with their dogs and hunt us down. The scroll of invisibility helped us to elude many a capture and was of great assistance to our people in migrating.
Yes, after that battle, I started to develop the pox all over my body. Thus, I took a mixture of frankincense, clove, orange oil, and many other essential extracts. They imbued my body with the power to resist almost any disease. But the pox took far too many lives. I lost my father as well. He was in the caves, diseased. He would continuously rub his hands against the stone wall, thinking it would cleanse him. Every time he would have another thought, I am not clean. I must rub. I am not clean. I must clean. I am not clean. Eventually his hands were worn down to the bone. His hands were bleeding. And then eventually he died from trying to be too clean.
Those were dark days indeed. The rope is still something which is a reminder of the times when our peoples were bound, were hunted and forced into dark places. A time of strife, a time of seeking refuge, seeking a place where one's identity could be. The suffering of the wild brought about the dispersion of people traveling on the road, living as nomads, forming their own troops and surviving on the road. In this merriment, I remember a time forming my performing group, the troubadours, traveling the inns of New Rome, seeking great fame and fortune, looking to unmask and to unhinder myself from my troubled past.
When I had finally picked myself up from despair, I had also looked forward to reinventing myself, since I could finally, in a way, lose my identity and form a new one. I also looked into joining a band of traveling merrymakers. I couldn't play any instruments, but I could dance. So I would often dance for the folks on top of the wagons as we traveled through the towns.
I think that might have been around the first time I met you. Yeah. You were in that traveling troubadour troupe, and I was just enjoying another time at the pub, but you guys brought something to the pub that I never really felt.
Yes, I remember being a part of that Shebelle troupe. And dancing and singing all day. And the only instrument I had with me was my rain stick.
That reminds me of the tavern we were in before we started falling. What's that? In front of him, a strange table. Eophil collapses in the heat. Crash, metal, small bits rolling about. And tries to right themselves enough to be able to sit up. Looking around at the table.
Salar also crashes into a heap. She's wearing a kind of like big poofy dress. And so the sound is a little bit more of a sound of a parachute kind of falling on a poof.
Oh, the pain. Oh, my sweet behind. Why did I have to land directly on my coccyx?
What on earth happened? I was back there quaffing my, she looks on her fingers, third drink, and we just fell through the floor? Did we just appear at the top of the well? What on earth?
It's happened to me a few times at that tavern after the fourth drink.
I wish I could have gotten to the fourth drink.
But what's this up here? Is that have some of that potion? It'll help you feel better?
Perhaps. Maybe a healing potion. Next to that Amanita muscaria mushroom, it appears.
I mean, do you take instructions from signs like that? I don't.
In the tavern with her, and then takes the first sip.
And apparently,
this isn't going to work.
Your human body starts to shrink rather rapidly. But now it's just a very small human body on top of a horse body, which is mostly normal size. So now you're like a quarter centaur. Quarter tar? Oh, a percentaur.
Yeah, this is something that's been written in the scrolls, funny enough. It's something that we could never relate to. And yet, here we are, a living embodiment of a very small human and a full-size centaur body.
So apparently it only affects humans or humans or orcs.
Yes.
I wonder, you seem to have more experience with this mushroom than we do, Ruthgar. Are you sure you should eat it?
Yes, it will probably put me in a slight battle craze, but I believe if I take a tiny bite of it, I might return to my normal size.
Well...
Wait, do we really want to give the orc battle craze right now? Like, have you ever been in a room with a battle-crazed orc? I'm sure it's written here somewhere in the scroll not to do that.
I mean, we just fell at the bottom of the well, but we haven't really looked around. What is in the rest of this room? As Eophil says this, she turns and disappears. Oops.
Salar kind of stops in a panic with her dancing and looks around for Eophil and says, well, those are quite fancy velvet curtains. And disappears.
I leap from your hands onto the table, flying through the air, and do a backflip, land on the table, grab a tiny bit of the mushroom, toss it back. Go back to my normal size and disappear.
this is interesting. Everyone seems to have disappeared from space. Jenny looks around in an unstable form, looks at the table, and then looks to the door, and then disappears.
We are lost to sea of massive waves swelling the ocean, characters floating along, darkened storms howling in the background. I see a bird.
I can certainly hear one. Salar looks out and squints really hard due to her poor eyesight. And says, I think there's a bird approaching. An interesting looking one.
In fact, I think it's trying to say something. Can anyone make out what it's trying to say?
And we're back. So this was a demonstration of the Atelier Ludensis game created by Petra Wilson. For anyone who's just halfway tuned in, this was a demonstration by the project, which I didn't properly introduce beforehand, actually, which I could have done. This is a game which is based on a Dungeons and Dragons module originally developed by Gary Gygax. And it combines a form of role-playing, so it's analog tabletop fun, basically, in a digital setting. Please correct me if I'm I'm going wrong, Petra.
You got it so far.
Yes, using current technologies to stream the game, not just in a centralized way, but also in a decentralized way, using, in this case, LivePeer on the media.network. No, the other one?
In this particular case, all we needed was the media network. Media.network.
With the intent to also perhaps stream this eventually on Swarm. And the funny thing was, it was not just technology which was distributed, it was also the decision-making process. For those of you who saw the text screen, and it showed the input from the audience as they were watching the game and could basically steer the direction of the conversation and the players. So it's and not just distributed resources, but also distributed decision-making like a DAO, basically.
Many layers of that, yeah. There's the chat introducing concepts, occasionally voting on undecidables. And then in addition to that, the players themselves are playing with the yes and structure. And the structure of play is also like
propositions, which are then incorporated by choice or not. For example, in Microspark Fate, there's really no way to affect another character. You can offer an environment or a change, but the other character or the other player has to accept it if they control that character. Yeah.
So it's this. In this case, you collected a group of people who are also involved in improvisational theater.
To some degree, or the role-playing game community in general. And this is a storytelling game for tabletop role-playing games. It's a combination of the Fate RPG system by Evil Hat and Microscope, which is by the Lame Age Productions. And I call it Microspark Fate in that sense. Yeah, this particular play of the game was based off of that Dungeon Land module, which is actually itself based off of Lewis and Carroll's Alice in Wonderland, or Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. So I borrowed from that open source art for construction of the character pogs, and we also used classical art, but in other renditions, other versions of this game, we would incorporate other kinds of assets, either memes like the JPEGs that we were building scenes out of at the beginning, or up into and including 3D mocap overlays and framing for OBS overlays and soundtracks and all kinds of things, all of which can be tokenized and then distributed and shared in a play framework, which is what my project is about setting up in Swarm. So
that would be my next question, because you are on the board of a gaming studio.
So I'm a CFO by trade, and I work for a firm. We're publicly traded. It's called The Fantasy .network, and we've got a website. We've been up with our initial public offerings. Regulation CF crowdfunding ended in 2020. We got about 80 producers, but it's all Web 2 based. So I'm working with another group because in the tabletop role-playing game space right now, NFTs is a bit of a verboten topic. It's harsh, but I'm working with another group. We're building a theater space, a physical theater space, a virtual physical theater space in CryptoVoxels called Granting Wishes Studios, and we're working together to build out in the grant funding stage for the royalty distribution network for cinematic performances in the studio spaces. Ultimately, we'll also be adding tools for development. A lot of this is going to be based off of HLS standard. One of the interesting things about interacting in the WAM Hackathon is I had to take all of this and code it into MP4 so we could play it in Zoom. And it turns out to be like a I don't know, it was 2.5 gigabyte file or larger for 18 minutes. In the HLS standard, it's all little tiny MP4s, which chunk better, it turns out, and are better for distributed content delivery networks. But in addition to that, because everything is in 10-second chunks, like the video that we just watched was 2 hours of video chopped into 10-second chunks and then put into a manifest file and read like a playlist in that order in 10-second chunks. So to edit for this rendition, the sampling of that, right, I literally just took the manifest and picked 110 chunks and included that list in the manifest instead. So with the same source data, which actually is only 1.4 gigabytes of source data, I can create as many movies as I want in little tiny kilobyte text files, and from that abstract each one of those. In addition to that, we can use OpenScene and OpenTimeline.io libraries to actually transcode this raw data created through any kind of video editing software. We can actually transcribe that into edited final formats. So not just the lack of fine-grained control here I had were 10-second chunks, but typically with LivePeer or Media Network, we're looking at 2-second TS chunks. And those 2-second chunks provide a pretty fine degree of granularity, but then within the manifest file, you can also specify a particular bit point at which you stop and move to the next TS file at a new insertion bit point. So
you can pause on a frame.
Control down to the frame within the HLS technology. I didn't edit to that level in this case. But then on top of that, once you've got each one of those frames that are coming out in the HLS feed, then you can apply transcoding or color correcting or any kind of automated process that you can connect, for example, to LivePeer for playback. And storage would be in chunks in this one, on these manifest files, which would be used to serve the chunks, which can encode the raw video data, to produce a final video data constructed prior to the insertion at the last mile via media.network.
Which could mean you could download this video in parallel, the scene.
I could construct it live in front of a live audience, telling us live what to do with that, and then transcode that into the swarm in 2-second chunks, and then connect ML services like LivePeer transcoding services or DCDN, so edge network services for serving the media itself, to that data from Swarm so that it can be played back in the future in real time, but also with an additional layer of post-processing, which can be produced by those other service networks.
Post-processing, which will then be layered over the hosting?
Is to build tools to allow crowdsourcing of the post-processing. So it's not like the players themselves will be going through and editing the footage. It's like there's a certain layer of participation as well as observation. So you can passively consume media at its source or at its final destination in the processing structure, or you could elect to participate in the processing structure and direct the microservices process in order to produce the content pipeline and alter the media according to your preferences, which could also be voted on by a live audience in the post-processing stack. I want to explore all of that, and we can do that, again, from chunking the raw video sources and outsourcing the transcoding to microservices architectures.
This sounds like a collective effort, like well, almost like a Wikipedia would work, but as in this sounds
right.
like
if Wikipedia was thrown together live in real time, it's there's a lot of different aspects to this, and actually all of them are considered to be going on at any given time randomly, with the ability for people to just pick into a storytelling group or observing an event or participating in any layer of that product event process.
What would be your next milestone in this project to build that?
Right, so we've got, at this point, templated contracts, ERC 1155 on Matic, which we're using to gate spaces in VR. We want to add AR support. There's a studio that's a game studio that is working with Pokemon technology for AR support of instancing of this kind of RPG experience. And then they are also working on, and I am working on, world building tools, which is sort of the Wikipedia, but not a Wikipedia. It's got a specific, like, tailored function towards building a canon body of lore around the story or system of stories, which is a little bit different than Wikipedia, but it's kind of the same thing. And then you know, the robots, the oracles that help manage the token flows of all of that. So licensing of the IP and sharing of creative ideas and permissioning of the recognition of the canonicity within a fiction work is kind of like two different directions that we're approaching call and response from. And there's many different layers of that encoding over the same basic transcripts. And that's
Do you have an idea for this, say, canonicity? What type of consensus mechanism you'd like to use?
Yeah. So essentially, there's a couple of different places I could direct. So on the fantasy.network, we have something called the Shared Cinematic Universe License Agreement, the SCU.LA, which also, if you go to https://scu.la, we give you an open source template for the basic license. The extension from the Shared Cinematic from the Shared Cinematic Universe License Agreement is to a Shared Cinematic Universe End User License Agreement. And that involves registering an identity or POAP, Proof of Attendance, within the Oracle framework for the construction of the IP flows. And once you've got an identity within the Oracle framework for the IP flows, then you can start to introduce propositions, which then become your IP, and then the interactions of the rest of the network with that IP become part of the network or IP as it's generated via the proposal systems.
And that would also take care of the, let's say, the royalty management regarding your proposals.
Yeah, yeah. So it's really the idea is more of protocol at that level, right? So the idea is also to build up these contracts, but also the tools for the support of that kind of ecosystem that is built around those contracts, and then use that to foster the building of a community so we can attract other people to interoperate within that framework. Because the most difficult question in the industry of entertainment in general for contractual bodies to answer tends to focus around the idea of what are global gross receipts? And unfortunately, that turns out to be a really difficult question to answer. And so the hope is that by building federated networks of this attribution data, that we can permissionlessly and somewhat pseudonymously, but also very transparently derive global gross receipts and then derivations of the royalty flows that should derive from that. Because, you know, the worst thing is to have your art arbitraged. And the more that we can make the community aware of the arbitrage flows that surround creative IP, the more it can control those flows, control its reaction to those flows, but also, you know, protect itself from that arbitrage.
We've heard similar stories about the music industry, actually, at the Music Day, from the Copyright Delta project. And I know one of the bands mentioned that even, I think it was royalties from 2018 still coming in at this point in time. It's just, the flows are so, let's say, not optimized yet.
Yeah. Well, and you know, if the company that is administrating your contract goes out of business in Web 1.0, but if you have an immutable contract that's just running on the Ethersphere, then it doesn't matter if the company goes out of business. You're still going to get your royalty.
Yeah. What would you be looking for in terms of support for your projects right now? What's your call to action for the audience?
Yeah, so we're actively building right now. Atelier Ludensis is specifically directed towards teaching people the game Microspark Fate, which is just a role-playing game. It's a way of doing art, and it's teaching people this role-playing performance improv. and many other things within the framework of games. It's about games. It's a game studio. But then Granting Wishes Studios, which is getting ready to launch a greenlit project, which we haven't even launched yet. We're very close. But Granting Wishes Studios is out there. GW Studios, I think it's GW_Studios on Twitter, is out there. And we're actively building, and we're looking for support people. But we do have like project manager. We've got 2 full stack devs, front end dev, back end dev. But right now we're also trying to focus around building the cinematic network. So we're looking for filmmakers, people who are actors or producers who are interested in Web3, because it's all about the art, really. And a lot of these tools, I mean, it's not difficult to see how Videowiki and Kredeum, for example, could be utilized with memes in order to construct something like this in a social network, which could be then produced via Dapplets on the back of open social net. I mean, there's so many pieces that have been put together today here in the last 3 weeks and over the last year. Really, there's an enormous amount of work that we're sort of parenthesizing there, but it's very nascent within the space. So we're trying to put the artists together at this point and get them producing the work so that we can build out the gating, the ticketing, the subscriptions, the crowdfunding. We've done the legal research to be able to build the contracts. We've done the technical research to be able to build the pooling of the flows and the oracles to direct the pooling of the flows. And I've obviously done the artistic research on maybe a little bit too much of it, but that's sort of the center locus right now of all of this activity in Granting Wishes Studio.
Thank you for this sneak peek that you just told us as well. Would be nice to hear more about that at the game day, perhaps later this week.
I think we're going to talk about it.
Ooh, okay.
So many applications I could see within the resistance. I just don't know if I can mint 400 pogs to the resistance.
We'll check that out with today. After.
It's not that much automatic anyway. Mint 400 pogs.
Let's try it out. Thank you, Petra, for joining us today again and for demoing the tangible representation of what you're trying to achieve in the form of experiences by using these new technologies. And for everyone who's with us in the audience, this was the final presentation of the demo day. You've seen 13 projects today who are using or building or integrating the Fair Data Society principles into their stack, either by using Swarm or Fair Drive or other solutions which are offered and mentioned throughout this event. The event is going to continue. This was the last presentation for today. Don't forget to claim your experience from your from the Resistance game for your avatars. We will be back on. We'll be back on Thursday. Let me quickly grab the program for you. If you have any further questions for the presenters today, be sure to ask them via our Discord channel, and we'll make sure they'll get back to you. Let's see. No, we'll be back on Friday with the game day, with a game discussion about the technology and potential of Web3 in gaming. And Petra will be there as well. So that was me. I would like to thank not only all the presenters today, but specifically also Marta and Shivam from the Videowiki team for hosting us today and providing us with this new platform to service all the participants of the We Are Millions Hackathon event. Thank you, and I hope to see you again soon. Have a good day. Okay, guys, we are not recording anymore. Are we still streaming, Marta?